Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 426 100,000 Lives. Lord of the Galaxy, Small Goal, Buy a Living Planet, 1. Evil Halberd lost contact before. Now Aniya and Frando, who went to check again, lost contact. There are only 2 possibilities for them to lose contact. One is death, and the other is to sever contact with Kaitong voluntarily. Either way, it's shocking enough. Interesting. The red-eyed man sat at the long table, took out a star map, zoomed in and out, and finally locked on an ordinary blue planet. A small first-level resource star can actually make 3 10th-level resource stars of the evil halberd Aniya disappear. Hee. The red-eyed man quietly looked at the virtual planet on the star map in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and there were traces of cold light flashing through them. The black-haired woman standing beside him asked in a deep voice, "My lord, could it be the Star Police?" "Unlikely." The red-eyed man shook his head and said lightly. "Even if the law enforcement officers of the Star Police came, the 3 of the evil halberds wouldn't be unable to send out a message." "What does your lord mean?" "Go and have a look." The red-eyed man stared at the blue planet, and slowly said, "Our red-eyed man lost 3 people for no reason, whether it is dead or alive, we should know." The black-haired woman wanted to remind her with something like, "Could it be a trap?" but then she thought about it. "With the current strength of your lord, even if you really meet the law enforcement officers of the Star Police, you may not be able to retreat unscathed." So he nodded, and replied in a deep voice, "Thick." Instead, he left in a hurry. "The space jump time is cooling down, please execute this command after 36 hours. Lan Chen punched lightly on the virtual operation panel, and said annoyedly, "If I knew it earlier, I would have changed to a higher level spaceship. This spaceship is too low level, and each space jump needs a 2-day cooling time." The grey-haired man put down the communicator in his hand, and comforted him, "Don't worry, I just got the news. The law enforcement officers in the sub-Jupiter region have already led people to the Azure planet A28462. Our law enforcers from the Baxia star area are also on their way. With the speed of the Star Police spacecraft, maybe they are faster than us. Have the enforcers from the 2 star regions come?" A look of surprise appeared on Lan Chen's face. It seems that Kaitong is going to escape with wings this time. The grey-haired man nodded, and said seriously, "This time, the 2 star regions are determined to eradicate the cancer of Kaitong. If the law enforcement officers of the 2 star regions can join forces, Kaitong can be proud of it." 2 enforcers. Lan Chen read it softly, and the expression on his face relaxed a little. Then Lu Sheng, "He should be fine, it should be." "I am fine." In the waters of Ning'ai, there is an uninhabited island at the base. Lu Sheng was standing in front of 2 huge black spaceships, talking on the phone with his family. Zheng Yufen's hesitant voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Sheng, your dad, and I saw it on TV." Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, and said, "Mom, let's talk about it when I come back, I'm busy here. Pay attention to your body and don't get tired." "No." Lu Sheng hung up the phone with a headache. During this Azure Star crisis, his identity was exposed, and he didn't know how to explain it to his family. Tell them that their son is the legendary military god of the army, the #1 powerhouse on the Azure Star? God knows whether the hearts of ordinary people like parents can bear it. Let's find a chance to explain slowly later. Lu Sheng put this headache aside for a while, and refocused his eyes on the 2 spaceships in front of him. He still has 2 space storage bracelets of the same style in his hand, and he has already tidied up the things in the spaceship and the bracelets. Amazing harvest! The total amount of energy-like crystal resources exceeds 700 tons. Except for a small part of the raw energy crystal ore that I have seen that has just been mined, the rest are processed energy crystal blocks. 2 energy crystals appeared in Liu Sheng's hand. These 2 energy crystals are similar in size and specification, with beautiful patterns and some weird and complicated cosmic characters printed on them. One is white and the other is black. Among them, the energy contained in the black energy crystal block is more than 100 times that of the white energy crystal block. A more valuable power crystal, is there a currency? Liu Sheng played with the 2 energy crystals casually, guessing at will. The number of black energy crystal blocks is much smaller than the number of white energy crystal blocks, and the total amount is not even 50 tons. In addition, there are some messy things stored in the bracelet. Ore, materials, and technological products with unknown functions. The only thing Liu Sheng knew were more than a dozen sets of combat uniforms, and a few starry sky cold soldiers that resembled alloy sabers. There is nothing to say about the combat uniform, the material and style are similar to what Liu Sheng wore when he first saw Lan Chen. The alloy sword gave Liu Sheng a small surprise. The material used to make the alloy saber is very similar to the broken black star iron, but it is of a higher grade than the broken black star iron. A real level 10 cold weapon. Liu Sheng picked up a dark blue alloy saber, and slashed at the black spaceship in front of him. The alloy saber cut nearly 1/3 in, and it felt the same as cutting on wood. Liu Sheng drew out the alloy saber, and swiped hard on his arm again. A shallow white mark was left on the stellar body, which recovered in an instant. The defense of my martial body is almost equivalent to level 10. Liu Sheng put away his saber and looked at the 2 spaceships in front of him. These 2 spaceships, as well as the weird cosmic races held in the spaceships, may be the most valuable. Although I pinched the 2 spaceships a little bit, there shouldn't be any problem taking off. Of course, the premise is that I have to learn how to pilot the spaceship first. Liu Sheng's current strength has fully reached the level of stepping out of the planet, and he can survive in space with his body without breathing. It's just that there is no star-level transportation. It only takes him less than a minute to break through the atmosphere of the Azure Star from the surface. The speed is fast. But in the starry sky measured in light years. What is the difference between this speed and turtle crawling? How to enjoy the starry sky on the 11th road? So he can only rely on Lan Chen as a guide. There is no need now. Even if Lan Chen never returns, he will be able to go to the Sea of Stars sooner or later. Before leaving Azure Planet, I have to figure out something. Liu Sheng frowned slightly, thinking, it is the future deduced from the previous dream space. Where does the Doomsday Crisis 8 years later come from? Liu Sheng thought, entering the dream space. In the desolate and dead starry sky, Liu Sheng looked at the light cluster representing the original power of the universe in front of him, and gently covered it with his hand. Then call yourself 0.0%. Innumerable zeros are omitted here, one authority, and start to deduce. Deduce my future. It's being deduced. Soon, the results are presented. Name, Liu Sheng. Future trends, A28462 Azure Star Martial Ancestor, who walked out of Azure Star at the age of 21, is the first genius in the Beiwu Star District in 100,000 years. The next year, he participated in the Tianjiao Battle of the 5-star regions and won the first place. Achieved level 11 at the age of 40, participated in the Heavenly Snake Galaxy performance, ranked among the top 100. 100,000 years old was promoted to the 15th level, and became the master of the Serpentis Galaxy. 300,000 years old and the universe perishes. Liu Sheng looked at the prediction of the original power in front of him, and his mood was a bit complicated. 100,000 years to achieve level 15, because of bandits from the Snake Galaxy. 300,000 years old will be destroyed together with the universe. So the time left for me is only about 300,000 years. After 300,000 years this universe will be completely decayed and destroyed. And according to my current trend, I can only reach level 15 at most within 300,000 years, and I can't even reach level 16. Sudden stress. Lu Sheng stared at the last two lines of the future information for a long time. Then he shook his head, and, Zhao's, re-entered the command, deduce the future of Azure Star. The result obtained destroyed by the dark side universe invasion after 8 years. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered. His strength has improved so much compared to before, but the result he obtained is still destroyed after 8 years. Fortunately, the cause of this destruction has been found. Dark side cosmic invasion. The problem really is the cracks in the property. That is to say, within these 8 years, Azure Star will complete the process from a resource star to a battlefield star, and finally completely become a starry sky beast battlefield. This erosion crisis of the dark side universe cannot be changed by Lu Sheng alone. Yang Yizhu, the lord of the Tianlan starfield at level 16, can't stop the rotten apple, so how can he curb this trend? The only thing I can do, is probably, during these 8 years, find a new living planet suitable for the celestial people to live in, and then move the people on the entire planet there. Evacuate to a new safe area. This is the only viable solution to the crisis that Lu Sheng can think of. So, my small goal at this stage is... Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he said to himself, buy a planet that is big enough for life. 427 Do you still want to take back the things in my pocket? Dream. 2. After Lu Sheng came out of the dream space and looked at his current gains, he no longer felt that much. He didn't know how much it cost to buy a living planet, but it certainly wasn't something that could be bought by selling a few spaceships. There's also one from the evil halberd. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng mentally scanned the whole world, and it took a short time to lock on the position of the halberd spacecraft. In a flash, he disappeared on this small island. This is the small island he used to temporarily store the spaceship, and he has long used mental power to cover it up. Even military satellites can't monitor it, let alone ordinary people. At least on this planet, it is absolutely safe. With a distance of thousands of kilometers, Lu Sheng arrived in less than 3 breaths. After level 9, his speed reached an unprecedented height. In 1 second, it can fly a distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers. The maximum circumference of the entire Azure Star is only more than 90,000 kilometers, which means that I only need 1.5 minutes to circle the Azure Star. Incredible speed! Things that I didn't dare to think about before are actually happening to me now. Even Lu Sheng felt somewhat dreamy. But star travel is still too far away. My speed is still far from the speed of light, which is 300,000 kilometers per second. And the distance between many planets is calculated in light years. There is no spacecraft, and if you really have a broken leg, you can't go far. Lu Sheng thought, the whole person has quietly appeared at the location of the target spacecraft. It was still the original place, the center of a first-tier city somewhere in Long Kingdom. It's just that most of the city has been turned into ruins because of the evil halberd. The entire city 660 is undergoing post-disaster reconstruction work. The location of the battle group in the center of the city was blocked by the army and set as a military important area. When Lu Sheng arrived, Lin Zhenjiu and a dozen martial sages were groping around the huge spaceship. He looked like a bumpkin. Have you researched anything? Lu Sheng walked up to Lin Zhenjiu and asked casually. No. Lin Zhenjiu shook her head, pressed one hand on the shell of the spaceship, and said with emotion, the technology of this spaceship far surpasses our civilization. Many things don't talk about research, and they can't even understand. For example, the outer shell of this spaceship is made of starry sky-grade materials, and it is very difficult to obtain a little bit of it for research. As Lin Zhenjiu was speaking, she suddenly realized that it was Lu Sheng. When she turned her head, she quickly shivered and saluted him. Lord Lu. Lin Zhenjiu's voice attracted the attention of other martial saints. Seeing Lu Sheng coming, these Azure Star martial saints hurried over to salute and say hello to him. Lord Lu. Today's Lu Sheng has reached a new height in the hearts of many martial saints in Azure Star. A height that even surpasses the leader. They have all seen the strength of the evil halberd. Hitting them is like adults hitting babies. And what about Lu Sheng? Pinching the evil halberd is like pinching a mosquito. In other words, Lu Sheng pinches them. That's pinching mosquito eggs. It's too awful. They were both at the 9th level, and they couldn't even count as ants in front of Lu Sheng. It is said that the realm of the 8th level Dazong is as deep as the sea, but now they discovered the water of the 9th level Martial Saint realm. It's so deep. Lu Sheng nodded slightly to the others, but he did not find anyone in the spaceship when he glanced mentally. These guys are probably afraid of making him unhappy. After all, this spaceship is Lu Sheng's trophy, and it is considered impolite for them to dawdle outside the spaceship. If you go in and wander around again, that would be disrespectful to Lu Sheng. Oh, by the way, did you find anything on the evil halberd? Lu Sheng asked Lin Zhenjiao. Lin Zhenjiao shook her head. Evil Ji's body only has some minced meat left, other than that, there is nothing else. Do you want to take a look? The minced meat has been properly preserved by us. Never mind. Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel pity. Not surprisingly, evil halberd should also have a space storage bracelet on his body. It's all because he was too ruthless when he struck, directly crushing the whole body of the evil halberd. A small space to store the bracelet naturally no longer exists. This is a huge loss. While Lu Sheng was sighing, Lin Zhenjiao had already taken out a small silver suitcase and handed it to Lu Sheng. This is what the adults ordered before, and it has been completed. Oh! Lu Sheng took the suitcase and probed into it with mental power. It was found that this suitcase is also a space storage prop, and the space inside is about a dozen cubic meters, all of which are filled with energy crystals. Roughly estimated, there are about 5 or 6 tons. It turned out that Lin Zhenjiao collected energy crystals from all over the world according to his orders. Lu Sheng withdrew his mental power, lifted his suitcase, and asked casually, "Is this the one from the extreme?" Lin Zhenjiao shook her head, carefully said, "This is mine." Lu Sheng casually threw the suitcase back to Lin Zhenjiao, and said casually, "You guys divide it up." Well. Lin Zhenjiao was stunned holding the suitcase. You have also contributed a lot to the evil halberd incident this time, and many people have been injured, so you should be rewarded. In fact, Lu Sheng has completely looked down on the resources of Azure Star at this moment. The energy crystal resources he obtained from Aniya and the green-haired man amounted to more than 700 tons, and it was impossible to compete with Lin Zhenjiao and the other country martial saints for resources. Suitcases are also underestimated. The space storage bracelets of Aniya and the others are not only light, but also have a space of about 100 cubic meters inside. The suitcases used by Lin Zhenjiao and the others did not seem to be products of the same era. Axi, it's like the difference between a modern sports car and a tractor from the 80s. Lu Sheng is the one who wants to buy a planet. If even Lin Zhenjiao and the others are thinking about the 10 cents in their hands, I can't afford to lose that man. Grown-ups. Lin Zhenjiao was a little confused, and couldn't help but ask, "Have you seen what's inside?" But there are several tons. Beyond martial saints. Lu Sheng interrupted Lin Zhenjiao, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "You can take it if you want it. The layout should be enlarged, otherwise how can we connect to the starry universe in the future?" Lin Zhenjiao's expression was stunned, and she said in her mouth, "The pattern." A huge spaceship with a size of hundreds of square kilometers appeared in the starry sky not far from the blue star. The whole body of the spaceship is dark in color, shaped like a ferocious claw. Inside the spaceship, the red-eyed man with the aura of a nobleman in the starry sky narrowed his eyes and stared at the blue planet not far ahead, and said in a low voice, "Can you confirm the location of the spaceship of the 3 evil halberds?" The black-haired woman sat in front of a console, nodded and said, "I can be sure, it's on this planet." "What's the result of the energy scan?" A total of 24 energy sources above level 9 exist, and there are no energy sources above level 10. Is it possible to hide energy source fluctuations? The black-haired woman hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Our Demon Claw spaceship is an 11th level aircraft, and all aspects of the spaceship's functions are top-notch. If you want to hide from the detection of the Devil's Claw, it is estimated that an aircraft above level 12 can do it." The red-eyed man heard the woman's report, and whispered to himself, "The spaceship is here, but all the people have disappeared. There is no strong person above the 11th level. It seems that they took the initiative to cut off contact with the Demon Claw. Evil halberd Aniya Frando, what is the reason that made you so resolutely choose to abandon us?" The man with red pupils frowned slightly, unable to find any answer that satisfied him. After thinking about it, he casually ordered, "Recall the spaceship immediately." Yes. The spaceships driven by the three of Evil G are all sub-spaceships of the Demon Claw, and the mothership can forcefully recall them if necessary. Following the operation of the black-haired woman, the mandatory recall signal of the Devil's Claw was quickly sent out. The black-haired woman stared at the operation panel for a while, breathed a sigh of relief, and reported, "My lord, everything is going well, all three sub-ships are being recalled." The red-eyed man nodded slightly, with his hands behind his back, standing in front of the huge window of the driver's cab, quietly looking at the blue planet in front of him. His face was expressionless, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. At the same time, the Azure Star Dragon Kingdom. What are the casualties of various countries caused by the evil halberd this time? The death toll of our Dragon Kingdom in this disaster is as high as... Lu Sheng and Lin Zhenjiao were talking, at this moment, suddenly. Boom! Blazing tail flames erupted from the bottom of the black spaceship in front of the two of them, and the entire spaceship suddenly suspended, and then flew towards the sky quickly. Lu Sheng raised his head abruptly, and his mental power suddenly protruded, forming an invisible force that firmly grasped the suspended spaceship. What happened? Lu Sheng turned his head to look at the people in the field. Is someone in the spaceship? These martial saints shook their heads blankly. No. No, no one has ever gone in. That is... Lu Sheng's mental power quickly dissipated, and he jumped out of the atmosphere in the blink of an eye and came to the starry sky. He saw a huge black spaceship hovering quietly in space. Take a look at the shape of the spaceship. Lu Sheng understood instantly. He immediately let go of the mental force that bound the spaceship, kicked his feet, and rushed out of the atmosphere at a speed that was many times faster than the spaceship. The strong wind blew the black hair on Lu's forehead, and his handsome face was expressionless. A pair of eyes were fixed on the direction of the spaceship, and there was a bright light shining in it. You still want to take back what's in my pocket? Dream. The resource harvesting in the previous few sheets was wrong. It should be hundreds of tons of energy crystal resources, not several tons. It has been revised. 428 A gift from the starry sky. The first hand-to-hand combat after level 9. 3. The accomplices of the evil halberd Aniya and others are here now. Lu Sheng's 11th level mental power penetrated into the spaceship in front of him and detected the situation inside the spaceship. The bottom is full of slaves, and there are only 2 people in the cab on the top floor, all of them are. When Lu Sheng's mental power landed on one of them, was slightly taken aback. Then, a strong gleam shot out of his eyes. Grade 10. The 9th level of martial arts is to condense the martial arts. The power of Dharma comes from the potential between heaven and earth in the universe. During this process, warriors can use the power of heaven and earth to temper their martial bodies. The martial body that has been refined by the power of heaven and earth is far beyond the 8th level, which is a qualitative change in the level of life. And the 10th level of martial arts is to refine the Dharma back to oneself. The easiest way to judge the strength of a 10th level warrior. It is to observe how much power of heaven and earth is contained in his martial body. The more power of heaven and earth it contains, the more power it has and the stronger its strength. Vice versa. Before this, Sheng had seen the most powerful warrior with the most power of heaven and earth in his body. It's the evil halberd. That Fa Xiongji was 8,000 meters tall, and then crushed him to death. Followed by Aniya and the big green-haired man. The strength of the two of them is about the same as that of Evil Ji, only a little less than Evil Ji, and they are equal to each other. The one with the worst strength is Lan Chen. Not even half of the first three. But thinking about being able to knock off two of Lan Chen's fingers when he was at the 8th level, it seems normal that he is the weakest. But now, Sheng's cognition was refreshed. The man with red pupils he just detected in the cockpit of the huge spaceship. The power of heaven and earth contained in the body is almost 20 times that of the evil halberd. This guy can just be used to verify the strength of my martial body. Sheng's heart suddenly became eager. This guy is hiding in the spaceship, we have to find a way to lure him out. Even if he doesn't regard the opponent as an experimental opponent, Sheng still wants to lure him out. This spaceship looks too high-end, it must be worth a lot of money, if it breaks, I will feel so bad. Subconsciously, Sheng already regarded the spaceship in front of him as his own. The question is how to draw him out. Sheng's brain began to think quickly. Whizzing! A shadow of a spaceship quickly passed in front of him, a flash of light flashed in Sheng's mind, and he suddenly had an idea. You want to take back the spaceship, don't you? Sheng made a dodge and appeared behind the speeding spaceship. His hands suddenly opened, his fingers clattered, and they penetrated deeply into the hull of the spaceship as silently as cutting tofu. Then, take a deep breath. Ka ka ka. Sheng's arms were like dragons, and the star map of the sun god's domain within his body shone slightly, releasing infinite mighty power. Hard. The spaceship with a length of more than 10 kilometers was grabbed. The strong propulsion of the black spaceship was severely restrained, making it difficult to move an inch. The tail flame ejected from the bottom of the spaceship continued to enlarge, blooming brilliant colors in the starry sky. This light illuminates Sheng's body. Muscles and arms. Like a devil. Inside the claw spaceship. The red pupil and the black-haired woman were quietly watching the three subspace ships return quickly. Suddenly, the black-haired woman stared at the virtual panel in front of her for a while, then raised her head and said, "My lord, it seems that someone is blocking the return of the spaceship." "Who?" Chi Tong asked lightly. The black-haired woman quickly clicked a few times on the operation panel, and the image on the exterior screen of the spaceship in front of her locked onto the blocked sub-spaceship and zoomed in quickly. Should be an aborigine on the planet, strength level 9. It is estimated that they picked up Evil G's spaceship and regarded it as a treasure. I can't bear to let go. The ants of low-level civilization, oh. Chi Tong shook his head and said casually, "Kill it." "Yes." The black-haired woman immediately clicked a few times on the operation panel. Soon a reminder sounded. Attack battery number 138 has been activated and is ready to launch. At this time, the picture on the exterior screen was completely zoomed in, fully revealing the situation of the sub-spaceship being blocked. Kai Tong glanced across the screen, and his pupils suddenly froze. Etc. He stretched out his hand suddenly, and pressed it on the operation panel in front of the black-haired woman. Assault battery 138 launch aborted. The black-haired woman was stunned for a moment, then raised her head subconsciously, "My lord, et." As soon as her gaze landed on the large outdoor screen in front of her, a startled look appeared on her face, and she even subconsciously covered her mouth. Only seen on the screen. A huge spacecraft with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers hovered in space. The tail flame at the bottom of it erupted to the extreme, obviously the driving force has also been pulled to the extreme. But unfortunately, it is extremely difficult to move forward even 1 meter when you are still in space. Even still stepping back little by little. The source of all this lies in a tall and straight body at the tail of the spaceship, like a demon god. It was a very handsome young man. He tightly grasped the spaceship with both hands, his eyes were firm and steady, like a tug-of-war, he was pulling the huge spaceship back inch by inch. Chi Tong's eyes were fixed on the screen, but his hands were clicking quickly on the operation panel. Zoom in on many details on the screen. At level 9, you can exist in the starry sky, and you can tear apart the defenses of a spaceship at level 10 with your bare hands. It's comparable to the physical strength of level 10. Every time Kai Tong uttered a word, the light in his eyes brightened a bit. At last his eyes shone like the finest rubies. There was also an incomparable strange look on his face. Extraordinary life physique. This is the top extraordinary life physique. Chi Tong suddenly turned her head to look at the black-haired woman beside her. Do you know how many black crystals a slave with an extraordinary life physique is worth? 1 billion. Kai Tong stretched out his hands, as if he saw a sea of black crystal coins. The top auction house in the Sub-Ju Star area once auctioned a genius with the extraordinary life physique of the Morning Star, and finally sold it for a high price of 1 billion. You can buy several low-level life planets. Ha ha ha. Kai Tong no longer had the calm posture before, and the whole person became excited. Looking at his ability, his physique level is estimated to be at least Morning Star. The value of this person is equivalent to our looting of 100 low-level civilized planets. 0. Asking for flowers. The black-haired woman was stunned by Chi Tong's words, unable to react. My lord, is it because of this person that the evil halberd and the others lost contact? The brunette murmured. Chi Tong interrupted her with a smile. It doesn't matter anymore. The owner of the Morning Star's extraordinary life physique, and his strength is comparable to that of a talent. There is no one above the 10th level in this starry sky. Scorpion, do you know what this is called? This is a gift from the starry sky. It's chance, it's good luck, it's great luck. Chi Tong looked at the perfect body like a creation of God in the picture, smiled and said, if we don't take him away, we will be unlucky. Send out the magic silver guard immediately. Oh no, the magic silver guard is easily run away by him. Chi Tong loosened the buttons on the neckline of the suit and said with a smile, I'll do it myself. As he spoke, he strode towards the outside of the spaceship cabin. On the way, he casually ordered, remember to control the spaceship and cooperate with me to capture it. Oh yes, be careful. 0. Don't hurt our golden Momo. Kai Tong left the spaceship. Inside the spaceship, the black-haired woman was still immersed in the huge amount of information that Kai Tong said and did not slow down. Morning Star Extraordinary Life Physique Owner. The black-haired woman whispered to herself, for some reason, she always felt a little uneasy. Is it because Evil G and others have no reason, and they don't know life and death? She doesn't know either. Forget it, don't want to. The dark-haired woman shook her head, shaking off the anxiety in her heart. With the strength of an adult, combined with the 11th level Devil's Claw. If you can't subdue even a mere 9th level, that would be a big joke. Thinking about it, the brunette woman began to focus on the picture in front of her. Out. Liu Sheng's mental power detected a person coming down from the spaceship. It happened to be the 10th level powerhouse whose strength was 20 times that of the evil halberd. Unexpectedly, the process was smoother than he imagined. Come on, come on. Liu Sheng clenched his fist slightly, and his 5 fingers sunk deep into the body of the spaceship made a creaking metal curling sound. 3,650 immortal cells in his body. A small half of the light was on when the spacecraft was being dragged before. Now most of the rest are also lit up one by one. Then one after another quietly ignited the fire of divinity. An unprecedented surging feeling stirred in Liu Sheng's body. The bright star map of the Sun God realm. 3,650 star seeds. Liu Sheng's heart was beating violently, and the light in his eyes became more and more intense. He licked his lips lightly, and his whole body fell into an inexplicable excitement. The pleasure of fighting physically is incomparable regardless of whether it is a physical battle or a spiritual battle. Come on quickly, I can't wait to experience this, after level 9. The first hand-to-hand combat. At the same time, Qi Tong, who was approaching Liu Sheng step by step in the starry sky, was also very excited. He had a big smile on his face. Same. I can't wait. The recent state is very bad, please allow me to take it easy and look for the feeling. Mountain. 429 second kill, why can end number 039, I help it. 1. A genius with an extraordinary life physique of the morning star. Throw it into the auction house, at least 1 billion black crystal coins can be sold. What is the concept of 1 billion black crystal coins? It means resources, power, status, and even freedom. He can be promoted to the 11th level with greater confidence. You can wash off the guilt on your body, stand in front of those star policemen majestically, greet them with a smile, and see how they grit their teeth but feel helpless towards themselves. You can even live in a high-level cultural star, from a notorious star bandit, turn around gorgeously, and completely become a real star noble. And all of this can, now, right in front of his eyes. As long as he stretches his hand forward a little, he can easily take all this into his bag. As for whether he can successfully take down this genius with an extraordinary life physique. Please, is this something Qi Tong needs to consider? Even if it is the owner of the extraordinary life physique of the morning star, what kind of troubles can it cause? I stepped on the threshold of the 11th level, and the 11th level's Devil's Claw cooperated. If this still allows him to escape. Kai Tong thought casually, then I should just find a random garbage star and kill myself. Kai Tong walked towards the spaceship leisurely in a 183 posture. He slowly stretched his body, and the power of heaven and earth that was hidden in his body floated up little by little. It caused the void to collapse and the light to distort visions around him. This is the might of a true 10th level peak powerhouse. Compress countless equivalent energy of the universe, heaven, and earth into the body, and imprint it on the blood and bones. With every gesture, he possesses extremely terrifying mighty power. In some sense, a 10th level martial artist is not much different from some gods that circulated on planets with low civilizations. Even stronger. Qi Tong walked towards the direction of the spaceship step by step, looking relaxed and happy. 1,000 kilometers. 500 kilometers. 300 kilometers. When entering within a range of 100 kilometers of the target person, for some reason, Qi Tong's heart suddenly beat violently. A trace of inexplicable warning emerged from the bottom of Kai Tong's heart. Kai Tong looked in the direction of the spaceship, and a certain stalwart body with his back turned to him showed a bit of surprise in his eyes. Martial arts intuition is not deceiving. The appearance of a warning sign means that the owner of the extraordinary life physique of level 9 in front of him. It was a certain threat to him. Qi Tong was even more delighted. The stronger the potential, the more valuable. The more unruly a genius, the greater the sense of accomplishment after taming. And those big figures in the starry sky are more willing to spend money. Qi Tong's red eyes became brighter and brighter, and he didn't feel his feet speeding up a bit. And as he approached the target person, the warning sign in his heart also continued to grow and expand. This warning sign oppressed Kai Tong's nerves, and the relaxed feeling on his face quickly faded away. Incredible! Qi Tong stretched out his hand and tugged on the bow tie of his shirt, and unbuttoned all 3 buttons on the neckline. He took a deep breath and sighed softly to himself. It actually gave me a sense of tension like facing a master of the same level, a life and death battle. Interesting, now I'm even more excited. What a gift indeed! Qi Tong's expression was serious, and he had long since lost his previous calm posture. Instead, the whole person completely entered the fighting state. He took a step forward and instantly approached the range of 1 kilometer in front of that stalwart body. In an instant, the warning from Kai Tong's intuition magnified to the maximum. This warning sign seemed to turn into a sharp knife, firmly pressing against his eyebrows, making his trigeminal nerves jump wildly. Kai Tong's heart was beating wildly. Chi Tong was already ready to attack, but in the face of the suddenly enlarged sense of urgency, she stopped abruptly and subconsciously used the communicator to contact the black-haired woman in the spaceship. Poisonous Scorpion. Immediately activate all attack modes of the spaceship, and be ready to cooperate at any time. Kai Tong hasn't finished speaking yet. The figure in front of him grasping the tail of the spaceship with both hands suddenly released his hands. The black spaceship rushed out. The bursting tail flame instantly illuminated that body. That handsome young man turned his head around at some point. A pair of eyes are brighter than the tail flames of the spaceship, and the face. A smile full of anticipation and excitement. It seems to have been waiting for Chi Tong for a long time. The pair of eyes that were more dazzling than the stars fell on the body, and the red pupils were covered with hairs all over for a moment, and large areas of goosebumps emerged from the back. In a trance, he recalled his past. At that time, he was still very weak, with only 7 or 8 levels of martial arts. Because of a little resources, he was forced to embark on the road of escape in the starry sky. Not only must you always be on guard against the ubiquitous dangers in the starry sky, but you must also avoid the pursuit of the star police. During that period of precariousness and fear all day long, Chi Tong thought she had forgotten. And now, this memory came back again, bringing Kai Tong the long-lost sense of horror and fear. It can be counted. Here we come. Sheng let out a long sigh in his heart. The power brewed to the extreme finally waited for the outlet of the dream. 3,650 immortal cells that ignited the fire of divinity trembled in unison, and the complex and mysterious star map of the sun god domain burst out with incomparably bright light. He clenches his right hand with 5 fingers. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Punch flatly. During the punching process, Sheng's fist turned completely transparent golden. You can clearly see every blood vessel and every bone in his fist. There are also countless golden lines, which are bred in the center of the lines. A throbbing star. This is the ultimate gorgeous punch. Sheng entered the 9th grade, after the Luong system was overthrown and rebuilt. Typed. First punch. Wherever the fist went, the dim void fell into absolute darkness. That piece seemed to have been cleared. A series of black fragments visible to the naked eye danced around the fist, carrying a strong breath of destruction and destruction. The void was easily torn apart under the black shattered light like shredded paper. This punch has completely broken through a certain limit. Reached unprecedented heights. A level, a field that Sheng has never set foot on. A realm where destructive forces take shape. The scarlet and blood-like pupils shrank fiercely, and subconsciously raised their hands. But the time at this moment seemed to be stretched infinitely, and his movements became extremely slow. He could only watch helplessly as the black shattered glow surrounded him, and he was hit hard on his face by a fist carved like a golden diamond. Boom! The void where the red pupil is. A large piece collapsed severely. Understood, my lord. Inside the Devil's Claw spaceship, the black-haired woman quickly operated on the virtual panel with Chi Tong's orders. The spaceship attack system has been turned on for 30%. 60% of the spaceship attack system is activated. The black-haired woman activated all the attack systems of the Devil's Claw. When Kai Tong proposed to arrest the suspected owner of the Morning Star's extraordinary life physique, the black-haired woman felt a faint sense of unease in her heart. The spaceship attack system is 90% activated. The spaceship attack system has been fully activated and is ready to serve at any time. With the full activation of the spaceship's attack system, the uneasy feeling in the black-haired woman's heart calmed down. I'm so stupid. The black-haired woman shook her head mockingly. With my lord's strength and the support of this 11th level spaceship, I can deal with a mere 9th level spaceship. Even the owner of an extraordinary life physique is still killing chickens with a sledgehammer and killing mosquitoes with a cannon. What am I worried about? The black-haired woman didn't finish her sentence, she raised her head and glanced at the big screen in front of her. In an instant, the rest of her words were stuck in her throat and could no longer be uttered. The expression on his face also became dull. All I saw on the screen was the scene of that handsome and stalwart young man punching Chi Tong with a punch. The stalwart man punched out. It fell on Kai Tong. The position above Kai Tong's chest. Instantly. All gone. A black depression the size of a foot basin was directly smashed into the starry sky. On the edge of the depression, countless black lightning twine and jump. Chi Tong, who lost her head and shoulders, stood alone in the void. Like a scarecrow whose upper body has been blown away by the wind, it wobbles, and then falling down. Shua! The black-haired woman stood up abruptly from her operating position. Pressing his hands on the console, he leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the big screen of the spaceship in front of him. Suspecting that I am 5.5 is not vertigo, or dreaming. Beep beep. The beep sounded. The black-haired woman looked down, and it was a reminder that Kai Tong's communication signal had lost contact. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the three evil halberds who disappeared for no reason. The truth seems to have completely surfaced at this moment. The black-haired woman's mind went blank, only a voice echoed frantically. Dead. Dead. Master Kai Tong is dead. Master Kai Tong, who was at the top of the 10th level, was defeated by a mere level 9. Give it a punch and kill it. Well. Sheng was also stunned. He looked at his fist in confusion, and then at Kai Tong who had completely lost all signs of life, and even the spirit of martial arts. A little confused. What's the situation? Isn't it a 10th level powerhouse 20 times more powerful than Evil Halberd? Why are you so unstoppable? One light, killed me. Figured it out, if the status is not good, more updates will be made. From now on to tomorrow morning, how many times can be exploded? 430 Control the rules, represent the rules, fist at the peak of the 5 realms. 2. Sheng really underestimated his current strength. The martial body is reshaped, and the star immortal body transforms into the star supreme body. 3,650 immortal cells ignited the fire of divinity. The construction of a new power system, the star map of the Sun God domain. The 15th level Dao belonging to Wang He supports it, even without using the power of spiritual power. He only rely on martial body. Still have the power of absolute dominance at level 10. Yet, when I was at the 8th level, I could knock down Lan Chen's second finger at the 10th level. Now that he's been promoted to level 9, there's no reason why he can't kill a level 10 with a single punch. No matter how high the 10th rank is. Sheng sighed with emotion. It's not that the opponent is too weak, the main reason is that he is too strong. Reborn, from ordinary to holy, one step to heaven. If you can't grasp the stars and the moon, then it's really unreasonable. Chi Tong's body was floating in space. The void above his body still exists, but it is shrinking rapidly. This collapses as deep as a black hole, and the edges are full of tiny and beating black starbursts. Sheng looked at it curiously. Make a hollow in the void, and then hit a black starlight lightning. Sheng has done it in the 8th level. But it can't be as thorough as it is now. It's like completely smashing the layer of cloth above the void, and seeing the essence underneath. Maybe it's not the essence. Sheng reached into the black hole with one hand, and felt that there seemed to be another layer under the black hole. No. Should be many layers. From this point of view, the void is layered, just like a multi-layered fabric. When one layer is broken, there is another layer. Sheng stretched out his hand and stroked his smooth chin lightly, and thought, I don't know how many layers of the void need to be destroyed to reach the gap space. It's hard to do even thinking about it. Abyss space is a gap formed by the collision of two universes. If one punch penetrates into the space of the abyss, that is equivalent to having the destructive power to break through the barrier between the two universes. Liu Sheng no longer cared about the collapse of the void, and hurriedly touched the corpse. Soon, he found a dark red space storage bracelet on Kaitong. Mental strength probes in and takes a look. The little heart was pounding. Killing and setting fire to the golden belt, you are right. Kaitong's space storage bracelet's wealth. It is dozens of times that of Aniya and others. I'll take it easy when I get back. Liu Sheng set his sights on the huge black spaceship in the distance. There was a slight light in his eyes, and he licked his lips subconsciously. This is also a big head. This spaceship is more than 10 times larger than the spaceship of Evil G and the others. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is more than 1 grade higher. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the spaceship quickly. At the same time, the black-haired woman in the cockpit of the spaceship shuddered violently, recovering from her trance. On the large screen of the spaceship's location, a tall young man with a calm posture was slowly walking towards her. The young man stared in this direction intently. His eyes seemed to penetrate the thick shell of the spaceship, and he was looking at her. The black-haired woman saw the passion and longing in those eyes, like the eyes of a predator locking its prey. She subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then quickly clicked on the operation panel with both hands. Lock target. Attack. The black-haired woman fully charged the attack system of the spaceship. In an instant, a gun barrel with a diameter of several kilometers at the bottom of the spaceship quickly turned red, and energy stars converged. Finally, it turned into an extremely thick scarlet beam and shot out violently. 11th level energy bombardment. If you don't believe me, you won't die. The black-haired woman gritted her teeth and launched an attack command fiercely, as if to vent the fear that could not be settled in her heart. When the extremely terrifying scarlet beam accurately hit the approaching body, the black-haired woman breathed a sigh of relief. It claims to instantly kill all existences below the 11th level, and even ordinary 11th level powerhouses dare not resist the annihilating bombardment. Should be over. The brunette was not sure. Eyes fixed on the big screen. When the scarlet energy beam fades, revealing the after-attack effect, the black-haired woman's pupils shrank severely. Boom! The terrifying scarlet beam pierced the starry sky, leaving a long red trail. When the terrifying energy fluctuations gradually dissipated, on the trajectory of the scarlet beam of light, a golden skeleton appeared. The skeleton maintains a pose with arms crossed, shielding the face. The flesh and blood on the skeleton has completely disappeared. There are only dots of light burning with pale golden flames inlaid between the golden skeletons. These light spots emit light to illuminate the complicated and gorgeous lines on the gold skeleton, giving people a sense of mystery and stalwart. Sudden. The skeleton moves. The dots of light emitted intense light, and blood, flesh, skin, and hair began to grow rapidly on the golden skeleton. A moment later, a perfect male body reappeared in the starry sky. Ka ka ka. Liu Sheng moved his body freely, and there was a sound of gold and iron clanging between the bones. With a move, he grabbed back the space storage bracelet that was just thrown out in time. He randomly took a set of battle suits from the bracelet and put them on. He is still the perfect Liu Sheng. 11th level attack. Liu Sheng's eyes shone slightly, recalling the feeling of the blow from the spaceship just now. It actually has a small amount of the power of the rules. Even the Star Supreme body at this stage can't resist. Interesting. Liu Sheng noticed it 1 second before the spaceship launched its attack. Because the sense of threat it brought to him was not too strong and he could regenerate quickly because of his immortal cells. Liu Sheng simply withstood the strength of this blow on purpose, wanting to test the strength of the Star Supreme body. The result is not very satisfactory. The Star Supreme body was beaten to the point where only a skeleton remained. However, considering that I am only at the 9th level now, and there are 2 whole levels separated from the 11th level. The Star Supreme body still has a lot of room for improvement, so I am relieved. Level 11 is a regular attack, and I have martial arts skills at the peak of the 5 realms. Although it is only level 9, its control over the rules may not be weaker than some real level 11. Maybe we can use another method to try to receive this attack. At this time, I saw a feudal Devil's Claw spaceship in the distance, and the second offensive was already brewing. Seeing the rapidly reddening gun barrel, Liu Sheng's eyes lit up, and his face showed a look of eagerness. Coming! Boom! The terrifying scarlet energy beam shot out again, blasting towards Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng didn't have the slightest thought of running away. His eyes reflected the stream of scarlet beams. Facing the scarlet point, he punched out fiercely. The 3,650 immortal cells in the body bloomed with light. The star map of the Sun God territory is shining brightly. Gorgeous golden veins emerged from Liu Sheng's flesh and blood, forming a gorgeous tattoo on his body. This punch. It also carries the majestic power of collapsing the void. But it was stronger than the punch that killed Kaitong before. Because of this punch. It was a punch from the pinnacle of the 5 realms. It was only when Liu Sheng made this punch that he deeply realized the difference between the fist of the 5 realms and the punch of the peak of the 5 realms. If it is said that his former fist of the 5 realms has grasped the veins of the sky. So now, the trajectory of his punches is the veins of the sky. The former is to obey the rules and make use of the rules. The latter is control the rules. Represent the rules. Liu Sheng stimulated the spiritual power of the 11th level to the extreme, and his martial arts perception was completely full. Under the sense of time, time seems to be stretched infinitely. He wanted to see his punch more clearly. He saw that under this punch, the scarlet energy beam condensed to a certain extreme quickly disintegrated, and the little regular power contained in the beam was directly scattered by his punch. The scarlet energy is still fierce and terrifying. But when it hit him again, the initial sense of threat was gone. 333. The scorching energy swept across Liu Sheng's body, taking away part of the skin and flesh. Liu Sheng caressed his face like a spring breeze. He didn't feel the pain, but a smile appeared on his face. The joy brought by martial arts verification and harvest far exceeds the physical pain. Then, I should be considered qualified for formal and first-level arm wrestling. Liu Sheng thought to himself. At the same time, inside the Devil's Claw spacecraft, the black-haired woman who had just pressed the second attack button sat down on the chair, staring blankly at the big screen in front of her, her expression completely sluggish. What did she see? She saw that stalwart young man like a god. This punch brutally broke up the attack of the 11th level anti-energy cannon. It shocked her 10 times more than hitting Kaitong to death with one punch before. Manpower can also fight against starry sky weapons. This guy is really only level 9. The brunette was completely dumbfounded. After a short period of sluggishness, an unprecedented panic and fear burst out from the bottom of her heart. Like an unstoppable fountain. The huge 11th level spaceship, with its thick protective layer, couldn't give her even the slightest sense of security at this moment. Her limbs, her body, all trembling uncontrollably. She trembled all over, and clicked quickly on the operation panel in front of her with a pale face. Trying to find a way to stop the shadow in front of him from spreading to this side. It's a pity that I haven't waited for her to find out. A huge wave of mental power was transmitted into the cabin through the spaceship, cutting through her body like an invisible knife. The black-haired woman's body immediately stiffened, her eyes began to lose sight, and soon she turned into a cold corpse and collapsed on the driving seat. After half a minute, the spaceship hatch opens automatically. Liu Sheng walked in from the outside with a calm face. His steps are calm, and his posture is as casual as his own. Verification is complete, then there is no need to waste any more time, just end the game. 431 Law Enforcer, breaking limit level star combat power. Heaven and Earth Oven. 3. The first thing Liu Sheng did after entering the spacecraft was to find her space storage bracelet from the black-haired woman. After a brief glance, he was still satisfied with the harvest. Nengjing is almost twice as big as Aniya and the big green-haired man. This is a relatively thrifty woman who manages the house. Liu Sheng made a rough calculation. Those miscellaneous things don't count, light energy crystal resources. So far he has gained more than 11,800 tons. This is still the result of not distinguishing the black energy crystal block from the white energy crystal block. The energy contained in the black energy crystal block is 100 times that of the ordinary white energy crystal block. If you do the math carefully, this figure has to be doubled up. Liu Sheng sat on the seat in the cab of the Devil's Claw spacecraft and stretched a lot, feeling full of satisfaction in his heart. Liu Sheng looked at the huge and intact spaceship in front of him, and suddenly thought of an old proverb. Hard-working hands create wealth. Isn't this sentence the truest portrayal of him? What about low civilizations? Even poor boys from low-level martial arts civilizations can live a good life as long as they are down-to-earth, diligent, and hard-working. Liu Sheng thought about it vigorously, and kicked the body of the black-haired woman lying on the floor under the operating table. The inside and outside of this spaceship have been probed by Liu Sheng with mental power. There are also a large number of star slaves imprisoned under the cabin. It's time to contact Lan Chen. This group of people is obviously Starry Sky Pirates. As a guide, Lan Chen collects a protection fee for the bottom planet every 10 years. Logically speaking, it is also responsible for protecting the bottom planet from harm responsibility. I solved such a big trouble for him, no matter how you say it should give me some rewards. Liu Sheng was thinking about how to get some benefits from Lan Chen. At this moment, a rapid siren sounded suddenly in the cab of the huge spaceship. Warning! 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 Your spaceship has been locked by an unknown energy source. Your spaceship has been locked by an unknown energy source. What the hell? Liu Sheng was taken aback. He couldn't understand a word of the warning voice coming from the spaceship. But from the rapid and flickering warning lights, he could probably guess. This ship seems to be in trouble. Damn, I don't know how to operate it at all. What's wrong? Liu Sheng stood up from the chair, frowning slightly, sweeping around with mental energy. This spaceship was snatched by him after a lot of effort, there is no bump at all, so don't let it break down. At this time, Liu Sheng's eyebrows suddenly raised slightly, and a strange throb came from his heart. Time for the next blink. A blazing blue beam of light lit up in the dark starry sky, just like the scarlet beam that the black-haired woman controlled the spaceship to shoot at him before. But more blazing, more powerful, more terrifying. Boom! Before Liu Sheng could react, the spaceship screen in front of him was filled with a blazing white. In the vast starry sky, a brilliant blue beam of light firmly hit a black spaceship that looked like a devil's claw. Large sheets of sparks exploded from the huge black spaceship, which looked extremely beautiful in the black void. In the direction of the blue beam of light, a silver spaceship 2 or 3 times larger than the Devil's Claw spaceship slipped out of the space without a sound. This beautiful silver spaceship is like a noble and elegant swan, slowly cruising out. On the hull of the spaceship, there is a huge, chain-like pattern printed on it. On top of this huge pattern, there is also a slightly smaller logo that looks like 2 buds. Accompanied by the appearance of this elegant and beautiful silver swan, several figures also appeared in the starry sky. 2 of them wore black and blue combat uniforms and similar helmets on their heads. In front of the 2, a 3-meter-tall, burly British man with 2 pointed ears was standing quietly. The man was wearing a beautiful bright silver uniform, with a chain pattern printed on his chest consistent with the surface of the spaceship. The man has short hair of several inches and wears a pair of translucent glasses. He held a long and narrow silver knife in his right hand, and his eyes were as sharp as the dawn starlight. The man looked at the burning Devil's Claw spaceship in the distance, with a cold expression, while slowly drawing out the long knife in his hand, he ordered lightly, "Block this starry sky. All members of the Red Pupil Star Thief group, shoot and kill. 1. Don't stay." "Yes." The two behind him nodded respectfully, "Respect, Mr. Far Law Enforcer." Boom! The explosions went on and on. The entire spaceship shook violently, countless instrument pointers jumped wildly, and alarm lights lit up one after another. 35% damage to the hull. 35% damage to the hull. It is recommended to immediately upgrade the defense system level. It is recommended to repair the spaceship immediately. One after another incomprehensible sirens kept ringing in my ears. Sheng stood inside the spaceship, his mental power radiating out. The first thing to check is the status of the entire spaceship. He saw that most of the head of the Devil's Claw spacecraft was sunken, revealing a big hole with sparks. The original ferocious and mighty appearance is gone, now it looks like a tattered radio. Look further away. He saw a beautiful silver spaceship approaching slowly, and a handsome middle-aged man holding a long silver knife. Sheng was stunned. The whole person was completely stunned. He didn't know exactly what happened. For the present spaceship, he worked hard to get rich. In order not to suffer a little damage, they also specially led people outside to kill them. It was so easy to get a complete spaceship and loot. But now it is surrounded by a silver spaceship that came out of nowhere. It was bombarded half badly. Sheng's naturally drooping hands were trembling slightly. Don't these people know that this ship is now his? Don't these people know how much hard work and sweat he has put into this spaceship? Don't these people know that he is trying to save money to buy a living planet? A trace of angry flames emerged from the bottom of Sheng's heart. His heart sank little by little. Little by little shadows rose from behind him. When the shadow enveloped the entire spaceship cockpit, Sheng looked up. His eyes passed through the infinite void, and finally fell on the middle-aged man who came slowly, holding a silver long knife. His tone was as calm as magma flowing slowly under the ice. "Speak one word at a time. This matter is not over. You have to pay." Finished. Boom. A huge flame suddenly erupted on the Demon Claw spacecraft. Amidst the blazing flames, a figure as young as a dragon rushed out. The eyes of the handsome middle-aged man in the silver combat uniform flickered, and he tapped the transparent glasses on the bridge of his nose lightly with his left hand. Star Combat Power, 153 points. Still level 9. The handsome middle-aged man frowned slightly. Since when does the Red Pupil Star Bandit have members of level 9? Did you just join? At this moment, the speed of the figure in his field of vision suddenly became faster and faster, faster and faster. It was almost turning into a golden streamer. And the aura on his body also expanded rapidly like a blazing fireball, and it was on. The virtual value marked on the golden streamer that the handsome middle-aged man saw through the glasses began to jump crazily. From the original 153, it soared to several thousand in an instant. A slightly surprised expression appeared on the face of the handsome middle-aged man. Nineth level can reach thousands of starry sky combat power? It's a bit interesting, no wonder it can be recruited by Qi Tong. And this surprise quickly became stronger in a very short period of time. Because the value of the golden streamer's starry sky combat power in his vision is still skyrocketing crazily. Quickly jump from thousands to 10,000. Then 50,000. 70,000. 90,000. As the combat power value rapidly approached 99,999, the golden streamer became more and more brilliant. Finally, the value displayed in the eye, Qian Hao, mirror suddenly exceeded 100,000. Then quickly returned to 0. This seems to indicate that a certain threshold has been crossed. The transparent glasses made a drip sound. At this time, the handsome middle-aged man was also completely moved, and his eyes were even more indescribably deeply shocked. Over 100,000 star combat strength. Break the limit once. Level 9. He seemed to be a little dazed, a little unbelievable, and he couldn't help crying out. Nineth level can also reach the limit of combat power once? What a starry sky joke! And what answered him was a golden meteor that had already approached him. Among the meteors, a majestic man with gorgeous golden patterns all over his body, who was as panic-stricken as a god, raised his hand and punched him. This punch out. The void collapsed directly, and countless black fine stars burst out. Not only that, 20 rounds of burning golden suns suddenly appeared around the handsome middle-aged man's body. These 20 great suns surround others entirely. It formed a huge melting furnace, emitting extremely terrifying heat, and eroded and swept towards him. The 5th season of ancient times. The heaven and earth oven lifts. Smash my spaceship. You must pay me. Boom, dash dash. 432 The 5th season of the starry sky, the calamity of burning the star field. Slap me, I suspect. 5 seasons boxing. Push the ancients with fists, and act out myths. This 11th level boxing and martial arts, the original ultimate is 10 days and 1 sky, recreating the fierce scene of the 5th season in ancient mythology. And after Liu Sheng received Wang He's 15th level inheritance of the Way of the Stars. The upper limit of 5 seasons boxing was also broken. Beyond antiquity. Subvert the myth. The limit of this boxing technique has been deduced to the point that hundreds of millions of stars hang together, countless golden crows sing together, and the light and heat emitted. Enough to burn an entire star field. I can only evolve 20 great suns now. Upwards, there are hundreds of great suns, 1,000 rounds of great suns, 10,000 rounds of great suns, hundreds of millions of rounds of causes. 3-legged golden crows are bred in every round of the Great Sunday. Until, punch out the entire sun god territory. That will be the 5th season of the starry sky, the catastrophe that will burn the entire star field. There was golden fire in Liu Sheng's eyes, and there seemed to be a golden crow flapping its wings in his chest, making a long cry from his neck. He punched the handsome middle-aged man in silver combat uniform in front of him. At this moment, he who was pushing the sun with fists. Like the master of all light and heat in this starry sky. Boom! 20 rounds of big suns revolved around the handsome middle-aged man at high speed, emitting endless and terrifying heat that burned the void. The 21st round of Great Sun is wrapped in these 20 rounds of Great Sun. That is Liu Sheng's fist. Surprised and angry, the handsome middle-aged man suddenly raised the long knife in his hand, and slashed at Liu Sheng fiercely. This knife seems to cut through the aurora of the starry sky. It follows the rules and trajectories of the cosmic starry sky. Ping Ping cut open the 3 rounds of golden sun in front of him, and happened to slash on Liu Sheng's fist, making a crisp sound of clang. Liu Sheng retracted his fist, looking at the skin and flesh at the peak of his fist, and the fist bone that was almost cut to 850 knots at the wrist. His face was expressionless, as if it wasn't his own body that was injured at all. He shook his right hand lightly, and the shocking scars on his right hand suddenly recovered as before. Liu Sheng looked at the handsome middle-aged man in silver combat uniform in front of him. This handsome middle-aged man stood in the starry sky with a knife in his hand. His whole body exudes a terrifying aura of collapsing void, and every movement of his hands and feet seems to follow the rules of the natural operation of the universe. Level 11. A true 11th level martial artist. Hundreds of times stronger than the red-eyed man who was punched to death by him before. It is the opponent that Liu Sheng has encountered so far. The strongest one. So what? Liu Sheng calmly said, even if you are an 11th level powerhouse, you can break other people's things for no reason. You have to pay for it too. Finished. The gold in Liu Sheng's eyes quickly faded, and a wave of grey surged up. After level 9, Lu Sheng for the first time. Enter Valkyrie state. On Lu Sheng's side, he transformed quietly, while on the side of the handsome middle-aged man, a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. Although he had just sliced through Lu Sheng's fist, the shock in his heart increased instead of diminishing. With this handsome young man in front of him, he can be sure. The strength is clearly only level 9. Because there is no trace of the power of heaven and earth in the opponent's body. This proves that he has not even reached the step of returning the law to the body. But it happened that such a mortal body was able to fight against him abruptly. His 11th level, Agp, ruled a knife, but he could only cut into the opponent's martial body by less than half a foot. The martial body of this handsome young man is almost comparable to the 11th level Starry Sky weapon, reaching the quasi-11th level. Extraordinary life physique. And it's a very high-level extraordinary life physique. A voice roared in the handsome middle-aged man's heart. There is no second answer. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how the opponent managed to take his 11th level rule with bare hands, and still be able to hit. A punch that breaks the limit. Can't imagine. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, if someone else told him about it, he must have spat on that man's face. His boxing seems to have reached the level of touching the rules. The handsome middle-aged man was emotionally agitated, and his face changed rapidly. He suddenly turned his head and ordered to the two subordinates who were staring aside, "Go to Kai Tong's spaceship, and investigate the identity of this person." The two subordinates who had been stunned before suddenly came to their senses. Immediately use the communicator to contact colleagues on the silver spaceship. Not long after, thousands of people in blue and black combat uniforms appeared, and swarmed towards the burning Devil Claw spaceship in the distance. The handsome middle-aged man just turned his head after finishing his orders. Suddenly the scalp tightened. Hastily looked up. A figure whose whole body was more than 10 times brighter than before appeared silently in front of him. From top to bottom, a punch was hitting him. On that fist, 30 miniature stars circled endlessly, unexpectedly giving birth to the outline of a three-legged golden crow. The outline of the three-legged golden crow is wrapped around the oven of heaven and earth. The powerful force, which was dozens of times higher than before, collapsed the void and descended suddenly. The pupils of the handsome middle-aged man shrank severely. This time, he saw it. The handsome young man in front of him really touched the rules with his boxing. And not just touch. A hole cracked silently in the starry sky. A small dark blue spaceship slid out of the gap. Inside the spaceship, Lan Chen and the grey-haired man stood in front of the console, staring intently at the scene ahead. Call. Lan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the remaining distance marked on the star map, he said, "It can be counted. I swear, after going back this time, I must change to a more advanced spaceship." Wei Xin, the spaceship agent of Z34548, owed me a favor 82 years ago and still hasn't paid it back. He'll give me cheap. The grey-haired man automatically filtered Lan Chen's nonsense, and lowered his head to concentrate on checking his communicator. Soon, he raised his head and said to Lan Chen, "Our law enforcer from the White Mist Star District has not yet arrived, but the law enforcer from the Yamui Star District seems to have arrived." Real. Lan Chen pushed the spaceship, and after flying for more than 10 minutes, a super-huge spaceship appeared in front of the two of them. This spaceship is 100 times the size of Lan Chen's little blue, with a silvery white body and beautiful shape, like an elegant white swan flying in the starry sky. The two immediately noticed the logo of the Sub-Jupiter Law Enforcement Department on the body of the spacecraft. The Yamui Star region is really rich. I'm afraid I'll spend my whole life fighting for this spaceship. I can't afford it even if I count everyone's favor. Lan Chen looked at the magnificent spaceship in front of him and said enviously, "If you break through the 11th level and successfully run for the Enforcer, you can have one, maybe even more beautiful than it." The grey-haired man said. Lan Chen smiled wryly, that chance may be even slimmer than me winning the star lottery jackpot. While the two were chatting, they suddenly saw terrifying energy fluctuations coming from ahead. This energy fluctuation did not know how many kilometers spread, and when it was transmitted to them, it still shook the entire spaceship. The battle between the 11th level powerhouses. Lan Chen and the grey-haired man all had serious expressions on their faces, and drove the spaceship to move over quickly. Soon, a lively scene appeared between the two. Two powerful and incomparable figures were fighting fiercely. One is as blazing and dazzling as a star, and the other is as silvery as a star. The battle between the two caused the void to collapse piece by piece, and huge black holes appeared in the star curtain. The energy shock they felt before was emitted by the two of them. In the distance of the two of them, there was a spaceship surrounded by countless fighters from the law enforcement department, and the flames were everywhere. It's the Devil's Claw spaceship of the Kaitong Star Thief Group. Even the spaceship was shot down. It seems that Kaitong really fell down this time. The grey-haired man recognized the identity of the surrounded spaceship at a glance, and his expression was a little excited. The eyes fell back to the two powerful battles nearby. The person in the silver battle suit should be the law enforcer of the Yamui Star District. Who was the one fighting him? The grey-haired man looked a little startled, and couldn't help but said, "It's almost as powerful as the law enforcement, and even faintly put the law enforcement at a disadvantage, it's too scary. Could it be that he is also a member of Kaitong?" Of the two strong men who are fighting, one is wearing a silver combat uniform, and the badge of the law enforcement department on the chest of the combat uniform is shining brightly, which has already proved his identity. The other person is young and handsome. His eyes are as indifferent as ashes, but his body is as dazzling as a star. His fists are full of incomparable tyranny and domineering, and also contain incredible and wonderful tricks, which make people think of the planet that rotates and revolves with the gravity of the universe, magnificent and mysterious. His strength seems to be slightly inferior to that of the enforcer. But unfortunately, the law enforcement officer with the knife was constantly forced to retreat and dodge under his pair of fists. It looked a bit embarrassed. The grey-haired man stared at the man for a while, but couldn't guess the identity of the other party. Wanting to ask Lan Chen, he turned his head and looked. But he found that Lan Chen was standing there in a daze, his eyes fixed on the attached battle group. There was an unspeakable strange expression on his face. "What's wrong with you?" the grey-haired man couldn't help asking. Lan Chen turned his head blankly and looked at him, his expression didn't know how to describe it. Lan Chen said to him, "You slap me. Hit hard. I suspect I may be dreaming right now." The grey-haired man looked at Lan Chen, blinked, and was stunned. "Everyone go to bed early and wake up tomorrow morning, and you will definitely not be able to read 2 more chapters. 433 He is a superstar treasure that has not been discovered yet. 5. Are you crazy?" The grey-haired man couldn't understand Lan Chen's words and deeds. Lan Chen looked dazed, and murmured, "Maybe, I also think I might be crazy." The grey-haired man's eyes flickered, and he suddenly made up his mind. Shot! His palm directly tore black cracks in the air, and the gust of wind caused by the power blew away many sundries in the cockpit of the spaceship. Then, under Lan Chen's unexpected, frightened and angry eyes, snapped. He slapped Lan Chen's handsome cheeks hard. Boom! Lan Ho flew out directly, smashing the shell of the spaceship with a boom, leaving a large human-shaped hole on the wall of the cab, which disappeared. After a few seconds, covering his cheek with one hand, the gloomy Lan Chen re-entered from the human-shaped hole. Zhao! Lin! Lan Chen gritted his teeth and read out the grey-haired man's name, his eyes were about to burst into flames. The grey-haired man looked calm. "You asked me to hit you. To be honest, I have never heard such a request in my life." Lan Chen's face twisted, and he said word by word, "I told you to use your strength, but I didn't ask you to use your full strength." You even used the 10th level martial arts that you are best at. Stop paying attention to the details. The grey-haired man said with a serious face, tell me, what happened to you just now? Lan Chen was startled, and then his expression became complicated. He put down his right hand covering his left face, and walked slowly to the exterior view window of the spaceship. His eyes fixed on the battle group in the distance for a long time. Then he suddenly pointed to one of the figures, and said to the grey-haired man in an inexplicable tone, if I tell you, the person who is fighting the law enforcement officers of the Yamua planet is Lu Sheng. Do you believe? The grey-haired man frowned, but... Lan Chen didn't speak, but the grey-haired man suddenly remembered the identity represented by the name Lu Sheng. Thinking of who they were rushing for this time. You're kidding. He shouted directly, you said that this person who overwhelmed the 11th level law enforcement officers in the subjugating region. Is that the first level resource star native genius Lu Sheng you mentioned to me earlier? Lan Chen stared at the battle group in the distance in bewilderment, and murmured, that's why I want to know if I'm dreaming. I saw Lu Sheng before, he was only at level 8, now at most level 9. How can the 9th level beat the 11th level? The grey-haired man thought it was a joke at first, but followed Lan Chen's eyes and stared at the figure for a long time. The look of surprise on his face is getting more and more. In the end, it was almost full of shock and horror. 9th level. The person who fought against the law enforcement officers of the Yamua planet is really only a 9th level. The grey-haired man turned his head to look at Lan Chen with an expression of disbelief. The closer the two spaceships were to the battle group, the clearer they could see both sides. That young stalwart, with a body that is as dazzling as a star, is really only at the 9th level of martial arts. His martial body has almost no traces of the power of heaven and earth, and he is full of incomparable mighty power. It's all just from the flesh. Inside his body. Like a living star. Extraordinary life physique. That is the power of extraordinary life physique. His boxing is also very familiar, but it is much more subtle and advanced than what I saw last time. That's right, whether I'm dreaming or not. That person is really Lu Sheng. Lan Chen murmured a long paragraph, with a dazed expression. And the grey-haired man's expression at this time was not much better than his. The whole person was stunned, completely unable to digest this huge shock that almost broke his martial arts cognition. If it's really Lu Sheng, level 9 can face off against level 11, then his extraordinary life physique level. What level should it be? Lan Chen suddenly said something abruptly, and looked at the grey-haired man quietly. The grey-haired man also turned to look at him. The two looked at each other, and a word popped up in their minds almost at the same time. Sunday class. Sunday level extraordinary. My White Mist Star District has only appeared once in the history, and it is a star on Sunday. Later, that person went to the central area of the Serpentis Galaxy, and it is said that he is now a 13th level adult. 13th grade. There are no 13th level powerhouses in the entire White Mist Star area. All of a sudden, Lan Chen and the grey-haired man looked like they were drunk, their complexions flushed unnaturally, their feet were limp, like falling into the clouds, and they were almost unable to stand still. The treasure of the starry sky can be dug out of the rubble. The grey-haired man had an indescribable expression, and said vaguely to Lan Chen with a big tongue, Lan Chen, you really won the star lottery prize this time. And it's the first prize. Lan Chen's head was dizzy, and he said, quick, slap me to see if I'm dreaming. As soon as Lan Chen said the words, he suddenly realized that he was about to change his words. A palm filled with the mighty power of a 10th level powerhouse has swept over with a whistling roar. Snapped. On the wall of the small spaceship cockpit, there was another large hole in the shape of a humanoid similar to before. Lan Chen, Zhaolin, I am a grasshopper. After the cornerstone of Shiquan martial arts has been tamped tens of millions of times and broadened, Lu Sheng has entered the state of martial god again. It's a totally different experience. Around the fist of his right hand, there are 11 rounds of tiny stars spinning around like a necklace of Buddhist beads. His fist was a melting pot. The golden crow was bred in the furnace. This is obviously more than one level higher than his original punch 5 seasons boxing. He has a knife in his left hand. The edge of the palm of the left hand presents a blade like black crystal. With a single cut, invisible cutting waves spread. The void is like a rag, and large pieces of flaky blackness are torn out. In the state of martial god, Liu Sheng inherited the 215-level Taoism from Wang He and Duan Yifeng, which he used to the extreme at the current stage. This extreme allows him to firmly gain the upper hand even though he is not as powerful as the handsome middle-aged man. And this advantage continues to expand over time. In addition, there are endless bursts of inspiration and collisions in Liu Sheng's mind. The outline of Shiquan martial arts and martial saint skills is becoming clearer and clearer. On the law enforcement side, the whole person has been completely shocked. He has been able to determine the identity of Liu Sheng's extraordinary life physique. And the opponent really didn't just touch the rules. Instead, control the rules. And there is more than one rule to control. 0 Looking for flowers. The law enforcers felt that the shock of the past 10,000 years was about to be exhausted. All he wants to know now is: what is the identity of this starry sky evildoer who has fought fiercely with him for a long time? What is his origin? Grown-ups. A long overdue report came from the communicator. We have found out that all members of the Red Pupil Star Thief group have died. The one who killed them was the person you were fighting with. The law enforcer looked startled, but quickly relaxed. It is good to be a friend rather than an enemy. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. The Yamu law enforcement officer forced Liu Sheng back with a knife, and spoke loudly. Liu Sheng looked calm, unmoved, still punching left and right, bullying him. Damn it! Does he really think I'm afraid to take a real action? The enforcer gritted his teeth. The voice in the communicator hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "My lord, is there a possibility he doesn't understand the universal language at all?" The law enforcer was taken aback. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Suddenly reached out and quickly clicked on the center of his eyebrows, and the general mental power fluctuations were transmitted. After a few breaths, Liu Sheng stopped. Liu Sheng looked at the enforcer with ashy eyes and frowned slightly. "You mean, you're here to arrest Kai Tong and his party? Starry Sky Police?" On the opposite side, the law enforcer felt the fluctuation of mental power, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Call. It can be regarded as normal communication. After half an hour, Liu Sheng, the law enforcement officer of the Yamu Star area, Lan Chen, and the grey-haired man stood in a starry sky. Finally, everything was straightened out, sorted out, and explained clearly. Liu Sheng was casually playing with a button-like thing stuck to the inside of his collar. This thing is called a star translator. It stores the universal language of nearly 30 galaxies, and the complexity of each language is more than 100 times that of Azure Star. It is also because of it that Chen Kai finally obtained the ability to communicate normally with the law enforcement officers in the subjugating region. There are many types of this kind of translator, and it is basically one of the necessary props for high civilizations to go to low civilizations. The previous evil halberd, and Lan Chen, were able to communicate with the Azure Star people without barriers, and it was also thanks to it. Are you sure that Liu Sheng is an indigenous resident of Azure Planet A28462? Fair, the enforcer of the Yamu Star area, looked serious, and asked Lan Chen and the grey-haired man solemnly. Yes. Lan Chen and the two nodded respectfully. To be precise, this is Far's 13th question, and it is also the 13th answer by Lan Chen and the others. Getting an affirmative answer again, Far nodded slightly. His face was calm, but it was as if 100 stars exploded in his heart at the same time. Boom 1. The explosion of these 100 stars is not light and heat, but overwhelming surprises sweeping the starry sky. The native born on a low-level resource planet has a super top-level extraordinary life physique that can rival the 11th level at the 9th level. And mastering 2 ways of rules. Far's calm eyes fell on Liu Sheng in front of him. At this moment, what he saw was not alone. It is a place that has not been discovered and excavated by anyone so far. Superstar treasure. A treasure more precious than 100 living planets. 434. If you do this, it will cause war. 1. And what he needs to do now? It is to firmly control the ownership of Liu Sheng before others discover the treasure of Liu Sheng. Don't give it away to others. Far made up his mind, then turned to look at Luze. Let me make a formal introduction. Far looked calm, and said to Liu Sheng with a nearly equal attitude, the law enforcement officer of the Sub-Jupiter District Law Enforcement Department, Far Alland. Nice to meet you, Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng nodded, it's also an honor, Law Enforcer Far. Now Liu Sheng has almost figured it out. That beautiful silver-white spaceship is actually here to arrest Kaitong and others, similar to the police in the universe. Far, on the other hand, is equivalent to the identity of a sheriff. With such an explanation, the previous behavior of the silver-white spaceship bombarding the Demon Claw seemed reasonable. On the contrary, Liu Sheng took the initiative to attack Far and became an assault on the police. But Liu Sheng was quite calm. Can this be his fault? He didn't know what a star pirate was. He didn't know what the Star Police Law Enforcement Department was or what a law enforcement officer was. He is just a countryman in the starry sky who can't even speak the common language of the universe, just wants to defend his own survival and homeland, and get rich by working hard with his hands. Those who don't know are not guilty of 033. I didn't expect that one day I would become a country bumpkin. Liu Sheng was quite emotional when he thought of this. At this time Far said to him again, this time you have provided great help and contribution to our Sub-Jupiter region's operation to capture the Red Pupil Star Bandits, and I will truthfully report your performance to the Sub-Jupiter Region Federation, to strive for the greatest reward for you. But you have to go with us to the main planet of the Federation in the Sub-Jupiter region. The main star of the Sub-Jupiter Federation. Liu Sheng thought for a while and asked, is it far from here? Far glanced at Lan Chen and the grey-haired man beside him inadvertently, and said, this is the White Mist Star region, about 500 light-years away from the Yamua Star region. 500 light-years? Liu Sheng was in deep thought on the surface, but he was speechless in his heart. You frankly told me 500 light-years, how do I know what the concept is? Just tell me that it takes a few days to go back and forth, wouldn't it be enough? It may be that Far remembered Liu Sheng's identity as a cosmic countryman, and then added, it only takes a month or 2 to go back and forth on the Silver Bird spacecraft. A month or 2? Liu Sheng hesitated, do I have to go in person? Far said, the value of the reward will be at least 10 times that of the Devil's Claw spacecraft. Okay. Liu Sheng readily agreed, when are you leaving? Far smiled slightly and said, as long as you want, you can do it anytime. When Liu Sheng is brought back, the display of his talent will definitely cause a sensation in the entire star region. And as a digger, he will also be rewarded generously. Zhaolin, do you think it is possible to be interviewed by the chairman of the Star District? Lan Chen has been completely wrapped up in great excitement and surprises, and is currently immersed in beautiful fantasies about the future. At this time, a deep voice sounded in his ear. Lan Chen, you are too optimistic about everything. Lan Chen recovered from his fantasy, and looked at the grey-haired man beside him talking in surprise. Too optimistic? Do you think Liu Sheng is not as evil as we imagined? Come on buddy, level 5 beats level 1. No, I'm not questioning Liu Sheng's talent. The grey-haired man shook his head and said word by word, I doubt whether we can bring Liu Sheng back smoothly. What's the meaning? Lan Chen blinked. The grey-haired man pointed to Far and Liu Sheng who were having a happy conversation in the distance, and said in a low voice, "Can we see that Liu Sheng is extraordinary? Can't Fei, the enforcer of the sub-Jupiter region, see it? Do you think he would just let Liu Sheng leave with us so easily? Why not?" Lan Chen couldn't help but lowered his voice and cried out, "Even if he is a law enforcement officer, is it possible that he can forcibly rob someone? You know, Liu Sheng is from our White Mist Star region." The grey-haired man glanced at him and said with a wry smile, "He is not yet." "Why not?" Lan Chen was just about to refute, when he suddenly remembered something. He froze for a moment, and murmured, "You mean, citizenship?" "Right." The grey-haired man whispered, "Although the Azure Star A28462 where Liu Sheng is located belongs to the White Mist Star area. However, Liu Sheng is not yet a legal citizen of the Beifu Star District. So far, he is still a White House holder in the Starry Sky, and does not have the status of a legal citizen of any Star Sector Federation. As long as Mr. Fei takes Liu Sheng to the sub-Jupiter region first, and registers Liu Sheng's citizenship in the sub-Jupiter region, then Liu Sheng is naturally from the sub-Jupiter region. Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it?" Lan Chen realized this, and the bright future that was still close at hand seemed to be rapidly moving away from him. His face became ugly. "Then what should we do? Is there any way to register Liu Sheng as a citizen of our sector first?" "Citizen registration must be present in person, but not without exceptions." The grey-haired man's eyes flickered, and he thought quickly and said, "As long as we contact the law enforcer in our White Mist Star region as soon as possible and report the situation of Liu Sheng to the law enforcer, with the energy of the law enforcer, we will definitely be able to do it easily." "To this point? Then you should contact the law enforcer now," Lan Chen urged. The grey-haired man said helplessly, "I'm just a small star policeman, and I can contact the law enforcement officers whenever I want. Applying now, don't worry." "And?" the grey-haired man muttered, calculating the time, "the law enforcer of our Bayer Star area should be here soon." The grey-haired man had just finished speaking. A blue ray of light bloomed in the starry sky ahead. "I saw a huge blue spaceship with the same specifications as the silver bird slowly cruising out of the starry sky." Lan Chen and the grey-haired man were fixedly watching the arrival of the spaceship, with a strange light shining in their eyes, and there was joy and urgency in their expressions. "It's the Law Enforcement Department's Blue Reef ship. The Law Enforcer, here we come." The appearance of the azure blue spaceship attracted the attention of everyone in this starry sky. Liu Sheng and Far also looked up. Liu Sheng saw that the beautiful spaceship also had a pattern of chains printed on it, so he probably guessed the other party's identity. "Sure enough," Far said to him, "it's a member of the Law Enforcement Department of the White Mist Star District. Liu Sheng, please wait here for a while, I will come as soon as I go." Liu Sheng nodded, and then saw Far actively heading in the direction of the spaceship. A hatch on the spaceship opened. A tall man also wearing a silver battle suit stepped out of it. The man's aura is strong, and his gestures have the same sense of rules as Far. Obviously also a powerful warrior at the 11th level. Far makes contact with the tall man, and the two seem to start talking. Liu Sheng had nothing to do left and right, and simply began to reminisce about the battle with Far just now. The battle between him and Far can be regarded as a real 11th level battle, a battle of rules. Liu Sheng got a lot of inspiration from that battle, and had some ideas about the new martial arts that he created in Chuan Budo. At the same time, Lan Chen and the grey-haired man were staring at the conversation between the two star area enforcers. "Master Law Enforcer is here. After they finish talking, we will go up immediately and report to him about Liu Sheng." Lan Chen was a little excited and seemed impatient. The grey-haired man didn't speak. Although he nodded in agreement, there was a bit of worry in his eyes. The conversation between Far and the enforcers of the White Mist sector was quickly over. Seeing Fei turned back, Lan Chen and the grey-haired man's eyes lit up, and they were about to rush up immediately. But before they rushed Far 5 or 6 people belonging to the law enforcement department of the Yamua planet stopped them. These members of the law enforcement department wearing blue and black battle uniforms surrounded Lan Chen and the grey-haired man with a cold expression, and said indifferently, "Master Law Enforcement has an order, and we need you two to cooperate with us to go to the law enforcement department of the Yamua Star District." This time the Red Pupil Star Thief group made a few transcripts. "What?" Lan Chen looked surprised, and hurriedly said, "Yes, but we need to meet our law enforcement officer first." "I don't think it's necessary." The member headed by the law enforcement department casually ordered, "Take off all the communication equipment from these two people, and send them to the spaceship to be imprisoned immediately." This was personally explained by Mr. Farr. "Yes." Lan Chen's expression changed abruptly, and he wanted to shout subconsciously, "You have no right." ZZ. Before he could finish speaking, Lan Chen's body suddenly became tense, and then became rigid. Then the whole person fell backwards like a log. 5.8. A member of the law enforcement department quickly reached out to support him and took him away. The grey-haired man watched Lan Chen being stunned and taken away, and then saw the Blue Reef spaceship belonging to the law enforcement department of their Baixu Star District slowly turning around and retreating. The grey-haired man took a deep breath, as if accepting his fate. He stretched out his hands to make a cooperative movement. But he sighed softly, and said unwillingly and helplessly, "Do you know that once this matter is exposed, it may trigger a war between the two star regions?" War. The person in charge of the law enforcement department of the Yamua Star District twitched the corners of his mouth and said lightly, "Maybe. But I do think Lord Farr made an extremely wise decision. Take away." The grey-haired man was coerced by several members of the law enforcement department of the Sub-Jupiter region, and he walked towards the Silver Bird spacecraft honestly. Looking back at the Blue Reef spacecraft that had almost disappeared, he felt helpless. He could hardly imagine it. If the high-level figures in the White Mist Star District know about it, a super genius who was most likely to be a Sun-level extraordinary life physique was snatched away right under their noses. What kind of jumping performance should it be? 435 The first community of Azure Star. 2. Inside the Blue Reef spacecraft, Schiller, the enforcer of the White Mist Star region, is sitting on a large and comfortable space chair, tasting a glass of precious wine produced by a certain high-end garden star. Schiller is in a good mood. One is that the cancerous red pupil star bandits in the 4 star districts involved in the case were finally arrested and punished, which is a matter of the law enforcement department. The second is that he did almost nothing when he came out this trip, and the operation ended satisfactorily. Not only that, Farr, the enforcer of the Sub-Jupiter region, is willing to take the initiative to give them 1/3 of the credit. The only condition is that they need to take 2 people from the Law Enforcement Department and the Resource Department to go back and cooperate to make an action record. Is this also a condition? Is Farr a transgender? So generous. I remember the last time, he would draw a knife and fight with the Law Enforcement Department of the Hitar sector for a credit. Schiller took a sip of the fine wine, and quickly put this point behind him. Never mind him, wouldn't it be a good idea to take credit for nothing, why bother so much? Schiller has always been an informal, easy-going person. At this time, someone from the Law Enforcement Department ran in and quickly reported, "My lord, the site of the Yamua planet said, the video of this operation will be handed over to us in a while." Not a single tape. No. What the hell is Farr doing? Schiller frowned slightly. In this siege operation, all the members of the Red Pupil Star Bandits were put to death. This result was told by Farr, but he did not see it with his own eyes. Therefore, as one of the action participants, it is necessary to check the video of the action process. But now the Yamua Star area actually said that the video will take a while to be transmitted. This is a little strange. But Schiller only struggled with this issue for a while, and then gave up on it. Forget it, anyway, he is the one who closed the case for this operation, and he will be solely responsible for any problems, and it has nothing to do with me." Schiller sat down comfortably in the chair again. The people next to him continued to report. "My lord, a mid-level police officer named Zhao Lin applied to see you, saying that he has something extremely important to report." "Oh, what about others?" "As an eyewitness, I was taken by Far's law enforcement officers to make a record, and I can't be contacted now." "Then wait until he comes back. Also, Counselor Kiko Ming invited you to his daughter's birthday banquet." "When?" "Tomorrow night." "This is a big deal. Order the Blue Reef to speed up." "Yes. It will take a few days to clean up the battlefield, you can go back to your home planet first. When you are almost ready, just use this to contact me." Far gave Liu Sheng a communicator with a shape quite similar to a mouse. It looked much more advanced than the one Lan Chen gave him last time, with a maximum coverage of 500 light-years. The most important thing is, the speed of signal transmission is very fast, and the signals can be almost synchronized within 500 light-years. Unlike the one Lan Chen gave him, it took several days for the other party to receive the message. Fortunately, Lan Chen also said that he would chat with him when he was free. "How the hell can we talk about this? If anything happens, the daylily will be cold when Lan Chen comes over. Just like the invasion of the Red Pupil Star Thief group this time." Liu Sheng complained to Lan Chen secretly in his heart, then thanked Far, and then turned back to Azure Star. Far stood at the beautiful swan's neck of the giant white bird, watching Lu's receding figure until it completely disappeared from his field of vision. A subordinate came up next to him. Far ordered in a low voice, "Turn on all the monitoring systems of the spacecraft. Keep an eye on the blue star A28462, observe Liu Sheng's whereabouts 24 hours a day, and not let him out of our line of sight for a second. Also, if there is any change in the white mist star area, please tell me immediately." "Yes." Liu Sheng passed through the atmosphere. When passing through the stratosphere, I came across a large passenger plane full of passengers. He hides himself with mental power and gets close to the plane. Maintaining a flight speed similar to that of an airplane, I leaned against a window outside the airplane, and saw a beautiful woman in her 20s in a white shirt flipping through a fashion magazine. Liu Sheng now fully understands what it's like to be a Superman. After circling the plane twice, Liu Sheng felt that it was not interesting and continued to descend. He spread out his spiritual power, covering the entire Azure Star. Azure Star as a whole is still in a relatively peaceful and tranquil state. The previous disasters caused by the evil halberd were quickly healed under a series of active post-disaster reconstruction policies in various countries. The evil halberd invasion caused hundreds of billions of losses and tens of thousands of casualties to the Dragon Kingdom. But it was also the occurrence of this incident that made the entire Dragon Kingdom, or the martial arts in the entire world, reach an unprecedented height. The Azure Star people's enthusiasm for martial arts practice almost caught up with the early days of martial arts. It is foreseeable that in the next period of time, Azure Star will usher in a blowout growth of martial arts experts. Can't say it's good or bad. The burden on Liu Sheng's shoulders is still heavy, and he has not forgotten that he still shoulders the responsibility of finding a new life planet for all the people on the blue planet. See Far later, and ask him how much it costs to buy a living planet. Liu Sheng thought to himself. In addition, the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom's military god has also reached a peak among the people of the entire Azure Star. Countless people regard him as a god. In the city where he crushed the evil halberd to death, a cultural square and museum belonging to the military god are also under construction. At this time, Liu Sheng received the belief in him from countless people who chanted the name of military god all the time. This belief makes the power of heaven and earth on the blue star extremely friendly to him. With the same power, Liu Sheng can exert 3 or even 5 points of effect on the blue star. It's a pity that the upper limit of Azure Star is too low. If this belief can spread in the starry sky, it will be of great help to him. Compared with my current martial body, there is still a gap between my current martial body and a real 11th level powerhouse. It is almost equivalent to a quasi-11th level. Spirit power has reached level 11. The mastery of the rules is stronger than the general 11th level, at least, stronger than the enforcer far. Taken together, Liu Sheng's combat effectiveness can be considered to be firmly on the 11th level. And his true martial Dao realm is only level 9. Unbelievable. But considering that Liu Sheng carries several 15th level Taos on his shoulders, it is only natural that he has such combat power. And in a short period of time, my upper limit may be stuck at level 11. Before the Tao of Wang He and Duan Yifeng is completely absorbed and digested, the Tao after the 11th level will not be open to Liu Sheng again. It seems that the only way for Liu Sheng to improve is to continuously increase the number of immortal cells. Then 9 Jin 10, Tian. There is also the method of martial arts. The other 3 15-level Dao that I deduced in the Master Lun Dao chess must be implemented one by one as soon as possible. Liu Sheng has already planned to enter the dream space in the past 2 days to find martial arts related to wind, wood, water, and earth. It is best to find a ready-made level 15. If you can't find it, lay the foundation first, and slowly push it up by yourself. 9th level, 10th level, and 11th level are actually somewhat similar to the previous levels of martial arts, but they are different in essence. Liu Shengming learned a lot after fighting Law Enforcer Far. If you compare martial arts practitioners to guns, before the 9th level of martial arts, the bullets of this gun are the chi and physical strength, martial arts are the caliber of the gun. After the 9th level, the bullet becomes the force of heaven and earth, that is, natural cosmic energy. What determines the caliber of the gun has also become the rule. The principle is similar, but it has undergone a series of upgrades from the inside to the outside. That's what happened to Liu Sheng now. The caliber of his gun is top-notch, and the bullets are still the same bullets, but the amount of gunpowder is sufficient, and the power of the shots is still very strong. So he can wrestle arm wrestling head-on with 11th level warriors. In the eyes of people like Far, it becomes a manifestation of extraordinary life physique. I've heard them talking about it for so long, and I don't know what level my Star Supreme body can rank in the extraordinary life physique. And there are a few words Far had mentioned. 547 star combat power value and one-time breaking limit combat power. The former is easy to understand, while the latter arouses Liu Sheng's interest. Why would Far think that he has a limit-breaking combat power? What is the standard for a limit-breaking combat power? Since there is one limit break, is there another limit break, 3 times, 4 times? Go back to the dream space and check to see if there is any similar information. Before he knew it, Liu Sheng had already returned to his home in Huafu district, Beihe City. It landed lightly and delicately at the door of his house, revealing his figure. Liu Sheng didn't go in a hurry, but his eyes fell on a cleaner not far away who was cleaning up the garbage in the driveway. The cleaner was probably in his 50s, and looked plain and unhelpful. But inside. But he is an out-and-out 8th level martial arts master. Liu Sheng's spirit spread to the entire community, and only then did he discover that there were at least 40 martial arts masters and more than 20 martial arts masters in the entire community. There are even 2 9th level martial saints. As for the identities of these people, not the residents, but the community property, security guards, cleaners. Good guy, isn't this the first community of Azure Star? Is it specially arranged by the high-level officials of Longguo? Liu Sheng shook his head and didn't pay much attention to it. He walked towards his own yard. It happened that the old professor next door was watering flowers in the yard. When he saw Liu Sheng, the old professor's eyes lit up and he stopped to greet him. Yo, Wu Chu Xing is back. Professor Sun is in good health. Liu Sheng nodded with a smile, and greeted the old professor. And just not far from him, the cleaner who was sweeping the driveway before was standing there excitedly, his hands holding the broom trembling slightly. He whispered incoherently to himself, "Military god. You are back." It's not in vain that the old man worked hard here as a cleaner for more than half a month. It can be regarded as seeing the god of war with his own eyes. 436 Stop pretending to be a showdown. I am the Super Saiyan Prince of Planet Vegeta. 3. When Lu Sheng opened the door, Lu Dahai, Zheng Yufen, and Lu Qinghe were sitting around the dining table eating. "I'm back." Lu Sheng greeted him with a natural expression and tone, as if he used to come home from school after school. The three of them held the bowls and chopsticks in their hands, and watched him come over in a daze, until they pulled out a chair by the dining table and sat down. Only then did he suddenly come back to his senses. "I'm going to cook 2 more dishes." Zheng Yufen stood up immediately and was about to go into the kitchen. But Lu Sheng grabbed him and pushed him back to his seat. "Okay, Mom, these 2 dishes are enough. Then I'll get you the bowls and chopsticks." "No, I'll do it myself." With a casual move by Lu Sheng, a pair of bowls and chopsticks suddenly appeared in front of him. He grabbed the chopsticks with a natural look, picked up a few pieces of meat and stuffed them into his mouth. Lu Qinghe next to him saw his eyes a little straight, swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and murmured, "This should not be considered martial arts, but magic." Lu Haihei and Zheng Yufen also had complicated expressions. "Little saint." Lu Dahai considered his tone, and asked Lu Sheng seriously, "Tell the truth to your parents, the military god that was mentioned on TV before, is that you?" All 3 pairs of eyes in the family were fixed on Lu Sheng. The moment has finally come. Lu Sheng thought to himself that there was no way to avoid it. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Yes." "Hiss." There was a sudden gasp from the dining table. Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen didn't know what expressions they had. She looked at him as if she had known him for the first time in 21 years. Lu Qinghe also looked dazed, his mouth opened wide, unable to speak a word. Lu Sheng simply put down the bowls and chopsticks, looked at the 3 of them with a serious face, and said, "Now that things have happened, I can't hide some things from you." The emotions of Lu Haihei and the 3 of them were obviously tensed by Lu Sheng. "Actually, I am the Super Saiyan Prince of Planet Vegeta. When I was 3 years old, my hometown suffered a catastrophe and was invaded by foreign enemies. In order to take refuge, I came to this planet by aircraft. Choose you to be my family. Now, my martial arts talent has been fully awakened, and I am about to return to my home planet to rebuild planet Vegeta and regain the glory that belongs to the Super Saiyan. But building a spaceship still requires a little money. If each of you transfers 5,000 yuan to me, I can make you the captain of this planet when I succeed in my revenge." After Lu Sheng finished speaking, there were 3 more confused faces on the dinner table. "I was joking with you." Lu Sheng shook his head helplessly, tapped the table lightly with his chopsticks, and said, "Dad, Mom, does it matter if I am a military god or not? I'm still your son, so I'm not sitting in front of you right now." The expressions of Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen gradually changed from bewildered to complicated, and then they suddenly looked away. "Xiao Sheng is right." Lu Dahai nodded and said, "Whether it's the god of war or not, isn't it all from our old Lu family, or my Lu Dahai's son?" As he was talking, he suddenly became excited, his bronzed face flushed slightly, and he said emotionally, "Honey, help me get out the wine, I want to have a good drink today." Zheng Yufen got up to get wine for Lu Dahai, while her sister Lu Qinghe was almost flying into the sky at this moment. "Oh my god!" Lu Qinghe moved closer to Lu Sheng, wishing he could hold a magnifying glass to his face and look at it. "It's unbelievable! Brother! Are you really my brother? My own brother is actually a military god. The #1 martial artist in the world? A person who is stronger than a 9th level martial artist." Lu Sheng naturally pushed Lu Qinghe's head away from his face, and went to pour wine for his father Lu Dahai. It's been a long time since he had a good meal with his family. Just took this opportunity to have a drink with Lu Dahai. This meal is eaten from noon to evening. All the Lu family members drank, even Lu King he was no exception. Lu Sheng drank the most, followed by Lu King he, then Lu Dahai, and his mother Zheng Yufen only drank 1 cup. In the end, only Lu Haihei was drunk. Helped by his mother Zheng Yufen to go back to the room to rest, he kept repeating in his mouth when he was drunk, "My son is the god of war, my son is the sage of martial arts. Mother-in-law, the Lu family's ancestral grave is on fire. It's on fire." When Lu King he drank too much, he rushed directly into the underground martial arts training room, saying that he would practice all night tonight, and strive to become a Grand Master in 3 years, become a Grand Master in 5 years, and become a martial saint in 10 years. Lu Sheng didn't say anything and let her go. It is also good to sweat and dissipate the smell of alcohol. Lu Sheng went upstairs slowly and pushed open the door of his room. Suddenly my heart moved, I didn't go in, but disappeared in a flash. When Lu Sheng appeared again, he was already in another house. This house is not big, only 80 or 90 square meters in total. There are 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, each room is as small as a pigeon coop, and there is only 1 toilet, and we often have to rush to use it. It was here that Lu Sheng lived for 18 years. Almost all the usable things in the house have been removed, it looks quite empty, and there is still a thin layer of dust on the ground. Lu Sheng opened a room and saw several posters of star martial artists on the wall facing him. He walked in, and sat down at random in the middle of the room where he had sat cross-legged countless times. The bright moonlight outside the window shone on him. In a daze, Lu Sheng seemed to have returned to the days when he quietly hid in the room every day, practiced physical skills hard, and sweated profusely. I was really happy at that time. Life is simple and pure. You only need to think about 1 blood value in your heart every day. As long as the blood value can increase by 0.01, you can gain happiness and motivation for the whole day. What now? Lu Sheng didn't know. He took out his long unused mobile phone from his pocket and clicked on the chat software. Still 999 plus unread messages. Lu Sheng looked through the contacts one by one, and found that many friends who used to have a good relationship, now seem to not know how to contact them. He turned to Lin Ziyi, thinking in his heart, during this period of time, we should sort it out, take out part of the martial arts inheritance and hand it over to the military department and the Longguo government to promote it to the whole people. As a martial ancestor, he should also fulfill some responsibilities as a martial ancestor. Turning to the contact person, he Lingsu, and thinking that there are many prescriptions and medicines in the dream space, as well as various advanced science and technology, some of them should be taken out. Although the Blue Star is his home planet, it is impossible for him to stay on the Blue Star all his life. Best of all, even if he's not on the Azure Star, he can still have a certain ability to protect himself in the cosmic starry sky. It is not so that when a powerful enemy like a halberd descends, there is no power to resist. Lu Sheng has seen slaved natives of low-level civilized planets on every spaceship of the Red Pupil Star Bandits. Just like pigs and sheep, they were raised in the bilge of the spaceship. If he hadn't killed the Red Pupil Star Bandits himself, God knows what their fate would be. Lu Sheng does not want to see his compatriots on the home planet have such a day. Lu Sheng sat in the room for a long time. Sit from the moonlight until the dawn breaks. He also thought a lot about the future of Azure Star. Also met many people. After level 11 mental power is enough to cover the entire planet, Lu Sheng wants to meet someone in his memory. Almost just a thought thing. When the first ray of sunlight fell on Lu Sheng in the morning, Lu Sheng raised his head, squinted his eyes and looked at the sky outside the window. Suddenly he laughed at himself. Really, just a trip to the sub-Jupiter region, back and forth for a few months. Why do you make it seem like you want to leave your home planet completely and go wandering in the starry sky of the universe? Liu Sheng shook his head and stood up from the floor. How the floor was before he sat down, and how it was when he stood up. Not even the slightest change in dust. Liu Sheng walked out of the room, took one last look at the room, and closed the door. The whole person dissipated in the house like a bubble. At the same time, Liu Sheng's figure appeared in front of the breakfast stand at the gate of the community. 10 big meat buns, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, and a bowl of soy milk. Liu Sheng greeted the owner of the early booth. Then I found a random place in front of the stall and sat down. After the steamed stuffed bun and fried dough sticks and soy milk were served, I ate them leisurely. Liu Sheng used to have breakfast here every day. Had it. People who come and go at this point are people who get up early to go to school and go to work, as well as aunts and uncles who go out to buy vegetables and go for a walk. The early stalls are quite lively. Liu Sheng quickly finished everything he ordered. Wiping his mouth, he walked up to the busy boss and asked, "How much?" 20. The boss was so busy that he didn't bother to look at Liu Sheng more. Liu Sheng scanned the QR code to pay, and then slowly walked away into the distance. As soon as he left, an aunt who was waiting to buy buns at the breakfast stand pointed at his back and said with a puzzled expression, "Why does this young man look familiar? It seems like the son of the old Liu family back then." "Which old Liu? Damn, you don't even know the old Liu family? It's that son who became the champion of martial arts." The sound rose with the white heat from the breakfast booth, and then quickly dissipated. Liu Sheng has come. As if it never came again. 3 days later. At the gate of the Beihe Civil Affairs Bureau, Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu sat on a bench by the street to fight. Like every pair of men and women who have just completed their marriage registration, they are looking at the red book in their hands with silly joy. Today is destined to be a day worth remembering. Liu Sheng shook the marriage certificate in his hand and said to Dong Qingxiu with a smile. 437 The concept of higher civilization, 1. Dong Qingxiu smiled and asked knowingly. Why? Because today is the strongest man on this planet, the day of marriage registration. Liu Sheng was in high spirits, holding a red book and looking very proud. He and Dong Qingxiu had extraordinary looks and temperament, and there were many people coming and going at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. But no one noticed the two of them. Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu seemed to live in another world where no one was disturbed. Dong Qingxiu looked at Liu Sheng's appearance, covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Then what? The air and complacency on Liu Sheng's face subsided a little bit, and he turned around, his brows and eyes softened. It is also the day when the most powerful man on this planet officially steps into the starry sky. It can be as short as a few months, as long as half a year or a year. When I come back, we will officially hold the wedding. Liu Sheng gently put his arms around Dong Qingxiu, and said in a low voice. Dong Qingxiu put her head on his shoulder and said okay. Liu Sheng then asked, "Remember to tell my parents for me, and, do you know how to use the communicator I gave you? Later, we will use that communicator to chat." The two hugged and talked for a while, then Liu Sheng put the red book he had just received next to him, bowed his head and kissed Dong Qingxiu's lips and forehead. Gone. Dong Qingxiu nodded. Afterwards, the foam on Liu Sheng's body dissipated into the air. Coming. In the starry sky outside the blue star's atmosphere, far in a beautiful silver battle suit stood on the wing 197 of the Silverbird spacecraft, looking at a figure that was approaching quickly. His eyes could not help showing a bit of relaxation. Liu Sheng suddenly appeared in front of Far. He was wearing simple casual clothes, and he looked a bit out of place with Far and the silver spaceship under Far's feet. "I'll give you a set of top-level battle suits later," Far said proactively. "Let's talk about it later." Liu Sheng smiled and looked at the silver bird. "When are you leaving?" "Just waiting for you." The cabin of the Silverbird spacecraft opened, and Liu Sheng followed Far into it. Regarding the interior of the Silverbird, Liu Sheng imagined countless pictures. But after actually walking in, I was still shocked by the scene in front of me. It's like a city. A member of the law enforcement department wearing a blue and black combat uniform came and went, and the weakest of them was level 8. There are no less than 1,000 people above the 9th grade. Putting it on the blue star is 1,000 martial saints. Lu Sheng now has a little understanding of the concept of the starry sky martial arts world. Lord Far. Grown-ups. Lu Sheng followed Far, and the people he met on the road saluted Far respectfully when they saw the two. Even the robots inside the spaceship would stop to say hello to Far. As the top executive officer of the Silverbird spaceship, Far's status can be seen. Lu Sheng felt it a little bit, and found that the gravity inside the spaceship is about 3 times that of the Azure Star. It didn't have a big impact on him. Although he was inside the spaceship, Lu Sheng didn't feel stuffy at all. Instead, he felt that the air was fresh, as if he was in a primeval forest. Far led Lu Sheng to a huge room on the upper floor of the spaceship. The 6 sides of the room are all white, there is nothing in it, it is empty. Far clapped his hands lightly, and immediately a round and smooth pillar rose from the floor in front of him. There is a light blue ball of light floating quietly on the pillar. Far put his hand on the ball of light. Ugh! Countless colors and substances emerge from the base of the pillars. In just a few seconds, the small area where Lu Sheng and Far were located turned into a Western-style living room. There are tea tables, sofas, and tables. Lu Sheng's pupils shrank slightly. This living room looks exactly like his living room. The journey will take about 40 days, it may be a bit boring, but please be patient. Far said to Lu Sheng, this room can meet most of your needs. If you have special requirements, you can contact me at any time. Lu Sheng nodded. Far also said nothing more, he should have something to do, he greeted Lu Sheng and left in a hurry. After Far left, Lu Sheng walked up to the pillar he controlled before, and put his palm on the blue light ball. Soon Lu Sheng showed surprise on his face. Just like a bumpkin entering the city, he only now understands the weight of the 4 words high civilization. This room can simulate almost any environmental condition you want. If Lu Sheng wants to swim, surf, dive, then it can simulate the environment of the ocean. If you want to ski, it can simulate snow-capped mountains. If you want to ride a horse, it can simulate plains and grass. If you want to hunt, it can also simulate the original jungle. The room also has a great space extension property, and the actual space is much larger than what Lu Sheng mentioned. In addition, there are practice rooms, kitchens, bathrooms, toilets. As Far told him, this room can meet most of his needs. It's true that science fiction has come into reality. Lu Sheng didn't know if there was surveillance in the room, so he tried to keep the shock in his heart, and kept a calm face, so that he didn't look so, idiot. He thought for a while, left a table and sofa, and then set the front, back, top, bottom, left, and right sides of the entire room as the exterior of the spaceship at this time. Ugh! Suddenly, a dark void appeared around Lu Sheng. The nothingness is filled with long ribbon-like colored streamers. That is the light that is infinitely elongated when the spacecraft is jumping and shuttling through space. The room suddenly became dreamy. Lu Sheng looked at this dreamlike scene and sat down on the sofa in the center of the room. There is an urge to take pictures and send them to Moments. If this is posted in the circle of friends, wouldn't it blow up completely? Just imagine, in a circle of friends who post about bags, cars, babies, travel, and ordinary life, suddenly such a message pops up. The first time I took a spaceship, the goal was to go to the sub-Jupiter area 500 light-years away. I felt okay, more comfortable than flying. The strongest man in Azure Star. Oh who? This force, pretending to be absolutely capable of shaking the surface of the entire planet. But Lu Sheng also thought about it. He took out the communicator he had brought from Farner earlier, patted himself in the dreamy scene around him, and then sent it to Dong Qingxiu. After waiting for a long time, I didn't get Dong Qingxiu's reply. I don't know if I didn't see it or I won't reply. Liu Sheng shook his head and put down the communicator. Then one hand pressed on the blue light ball on the pillar at hand, and began to play the game of dress up in the room boringly. Then I saw that the whole room changed from the starry sky to the seabed, from the seabed to the desert, and from the desert to the forest. Constantly changing over and over again. After playing for a while, Liu Sheng felt bored, so he switched the scene back to the outer scene of the starry sky, and began to look for something to eat in the blue light ball. Yes. Liu Sheng is now able to understand universal characters. With his current brain width, it only takes a short time to learn a language and characters. So short that it may not even take a cup of coffee. Liu Sheng found the built-in menu in the light sphere. This menu is like a dictionary, which divides different cuisines by the names and numbers of different planets. Liu Sheng even found a recipe belonging to his home planet A28642 Celeste through the search engine of the menu directory. He ordered a few random items: spicy chicken, pickled pepper bullfrog, braised pork, boiled cabbage. As a result, 5 minutes later, a robot with its own incubator in its stomach really delivered these dishes to itself. Liu Sheng tasted everything and was shocked to find that not all tasted good. It's incredible, isn't it? Far, who was holding 2 wine bottles in his hand, walked in from the door and said to Liu Sheng with a smile. Liu Sheng nodded, and this time he no longer concealed his surprise and doubts. How did you do it? Far casually explained. When a spaceship of a higher civilization arrives at a planet of a lower civilization, the first thing it usually does is to connect to the information network on the planet, record and store all valuable information on the planet. Civilization information. Foods that are not complicated in texture and taste can be simulated and cooked by ordinary cooking robots. Listening to Far's narration, Liu Sheng suddenly thought of the original power of the universe in the dream space. Is the way the power of the universe receives and collects information similar to that of the Silver Bird spacecraft, through the information network. Just thinking about it, Far handed him the wine bottle in his hand, and said with a smile, "See buckthorn wine, try it." Liu Sheng took the wine bottle, opened the lid, and poured some into his mouth like drinking a drink. This wine called sea buckthorn wine tastes sour and sweet, with a little bit of bitterness, and the taste is very unique. Liu Sheng took a few sips and praised, "Not bad. I knew you'd like it." The tall and handsome Far laughed, looked at the wine bottle in his hand, and said with emotion, "This is the best-selling wine on my mother planet. Every time I drink it, I will think of my mother." Grib. Calvin is stuck. 438 Star Nobles, a level-breaking battle. 2. When I saw you, it was as if I saw myself when I just left my home planet. Far looked at Liu Sheng with the eyes of a senior looking at a junior. Liu Sheng curiously asked, "Did the law enforcer also come from a low-level resource star?" Far shook his head. "It's much worse than the resource star. My home star is a 4th-level battlefield star located on the edge of the sub-Jupiter region. It was wiped out in the flames of war 3,000 years ago." Liu Sheng was in awe, and said in a deep voice, "Feel sorry." Far waved his hands, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "As a battlefield star, this is the inevitable end. And I'm lucky. Before my home planet fell completely, the federal government had already started a citizen migration plan. Citizenship Migration Program." Liu Sheng captured this keyword in Far's words. It is a plan to relocate those starry sky citizens who are about to face the fall of their homeland and be displaced to another habitable planet. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up. Isn't that what he's always been after? The Federation of Star Regions actually has a special migration plan. If it is a planet that he doesn't need to spend money to buy. Far seemed to see what Liu Sheng was thinking, and said, "Only those who are registered citizens in the federal government are eligible to be included in the migration plan." Ordinary people cannot enjoy this benefit. Registered citizen, what do you mean? Lu Sheng was taken aback. Far explained, the standard interpretation of citizens in the federal laws of the Star region is that only those who have no criminal record, strength above level 9, and have certain development potential are eligible to register as Star Sky citizens. Level 9. Lu Sheng couldn't help frowning. There are only a few level 9 powerhouses in the entire Azure Star. Is it possible to migrate independently? Yes, all life planets in the entire star sector are registered in the Star Sector Federation. If you want to live on the living planet, 1 or 2 people don't matter. Once it is a group of more than 5,000 people, you have to get the permission of the Federation, otherwise you will be arrested. Every year, our law enforcement department sends more than 10 billion star vagrants to battlefield stars and resource stars as hard workers. This is too overbearing. Lu Sheng couldn't help but said. Far shook his head and said, this is not domineering, it is a necessary means to maintain the orderly reproduction of life races in the entire universe. If a living planet is destroyed, the races on this living planet will rob the living resources of the races on another living planet. Then the entire universe of life will be in chaos, falling into a state of chaos and disorder. Lu Sheng didn't answer, thought for a while, and asked, how much does it cost to buy a living planet? Far looked at him in surprise. Your home planet is still a resource star, the alien beast invasion has just begun. Is it too early to think about the relocation of the home planet? But he still replied, a low-level life planet only needs a few 100 million black crystal coins. If it is a little more advanced, it will cost upwards of 1 billion. What I mean by high level means that there are martial arts experts who can exist above the 9th level. As you know, a planetary environment that is too thin cannot produce martial arts experts above level 9. And once a life group cannot even be born with a 9th level powerhouse, then it is not far from extinction. The why? Far was right. If the previous environment was good, you can live well without practicing martial arts and developing technology. However, under the general environment where alien beasts invaded and the dark side of the universe was fully eroded, if the individual strength was too weak, they might be GG under the first wave of alien beast invasions. What is the difference between migrating and not migrating? That is to say, I want to change a suitable planet for the people on Azure Planet to live in. I must have at least 1 billion black crystal coins. The black crystal coins are those black standard energy crystals that Lu Sheng found in Kaitong and others' space storage bracelets. A total of less than 50 tons, probably hundreds of thousands. From a billion. Nowhere in sight. And not everyone is eligible to buy a living planet, at least you have to be a star citizen of level 3 or above. Far added. Lu Sheng frowned, citizens are also graded. Certainly. Far explained, citizens are divided into 1 to 3 levels, and citizens above the 3rd level are star nobles with federal titles. Generally speaking, the nobles of the starry sky will buy planets at a discount. Star nobles who are above the barons still have the opportunity to own their own fiefs. Far's words opened up a new way of thinking for Lu Sheng, which brightened his eyes. Star fiefdom? In other words, I don't need to spend a dime to own my own planet. Yes. But the Federation has tax requirements for every starry sky noble who owns a fief every year. If you can't guarantee that the territory under your name will produce enough resources every year, then you have to spend your own money to fill this hole every year. Lu Sheng nodded, but his mind was broadened a lot. He found that the goal he had set before, to buy a living planet, was actually a bit small. If I become an aristocrat in the starry sky and get a large starry sky territory, don't I want to move Walan wherever I go? At that time, my parents, Lu King He and King Xu will live on the same planet. People in one province of the Dragon Kingdom will be allocated a planet, and everyone else will be squeezed into a planet. Lu Sheng thought happily. Then what are the conditions for becoming a star noble? Lu Sheng thinks about it. Far. 11th level. The most basic threshold is 11th level. Far said sternly, and the title of nobility can be hereditary. It will be maintained for 3 generations. If there is no new 11th level powerhouse within the 3 generations, the nobility will be cancelled. Level 11. Lu Sheng thought about it. Within 8 years, become a first class. Is it difficult? I don't know, anyway, try to have a look. 0 fur flowers. 0. Master Nafar should also be a star noble. Lu Sheng asked Far. Far nodded, I have the title of Baron of the Starry Sky Federation in the Sub-Jupiter region. The fief is in. Next time I have a chance, I will take you to see it. Good. Lu Sheng nodded. He felt the need to make friends with Far. The other party's experience and knowledge can help him answer many doubts about the starry sky. With your qualifications, it will be a matter of time before you get the title of nobility. Far looked at Lu Sheng with rather complicated eyes and said, You are only at level 9, and you have already touched the way of the rules. You have a top-level extraordinary life physique, and your combat power has even reached a limit-breaking level. Far paused, and said with emotion, It is no exaggeration to say, Lu Sheng, you are the most outstanding genius I have ever seen in my 4,000 years of life. None of them. 9th level vs 11th level, it seems that only the Serpentis galaxy has similar rumors. Master Far, can you tell the level of my extraordinary life physique? Lu Sheng said. Far shook his head, it's not confirmed, but it's above the morning star. When you get to the sub-Jupiter area, I will take you to test it and then you will know. Oh. Lu Sheng nodded, and said again, What do you mean by breaking the limit level combat power? It is also thanks to Far, a dignified 11th level powerhouse and senior official of the Law Enforcement Department, who can patiently answer all kinds of ignorant questions asked by Lu Sheng. The void is made up of many layers, you should know that, right? No. Lu Sheng discovered this when he punched Kaitong to death. The first layer of void is the void we see now. Far Ping stretched out a hand, and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. At the center of his 5 fingers, the transparent void began to distort, and black cracks visible to the naked eye appeared. This is to create a crack on the first layer of void. It is not difficult to do this. Because the thickness of the void in different regions is different, there are weak points such as low-level civilized planets, especially planets that have been invaded by alien beasts. The void will be particularly fragile, and it will be very easy to create a crack, maybe a few dozen points of starry sky combat power index can do it. As Far narrated, his 5 fingers continued to clenched, and the black cracks in the void in his palm continued to increase and become denser. At last, with a crisp sound, a small black hole appeared in Far's palm. This black hole presents a deeply sunken state, and the edge is covered with a little bit of black fine starburst. Exudes a strong atmosphere of destruction and destruction, like a black hole. But it is not so simple to completely smash the first layer of void. Far said lightly, generally, if you want to achieve this step, the combat value in the starry sky must reach more than 100,000. That's what I told you. A limit-breaking level of combat power and 439 on-hook practice. God, why is there such a genius like me in the universe? 3. Lu Sheng blinked his eyes, suddenly stunned. No wonder he was able to make black marks in the void when Azure Star fought with Cumberland and others in the 8th level. It turned out to be because of the difference in the thickness of the void. If they were to switch to Starry Sky Battlefield, it would be difficult for them at level 9 to cause the void to distort and collapse. Then, Far clenched his fingers tightly. _W. Lu Sheng felt the slightest throbbing from Far's body that made his heart tremble. Immediately afterwards, white cracks appeared in the center of the black hole in Far's palm. A more intense aura of destruction gushed out from those white cracks. This is the direction of the second limit breaking. Far raised his hand, erased the black hole, and sighed, it's a pity that I can't break the limit twice now. Breaking the limit for the second time requires more than 1 million star combat power. My peak combat strength is only around 600,000. Liu Sheng was slightly serious, but his contempt for the 11th level powerhouse was completely put away in his heart. He asked himself that he couldn't do the operation of making white marks in the black hole now. It seems that Far kept his hand in the fight with me before. 307. Also, a level 11 powerhouse who can't produce 1 out of 100 million living planets is such a simple character. Far is another high-ranking official of the law enforcement department of a star region. He has lived for more than 4,000 years, and has long since become a human being. Now carefully recall everything that Far said and did after he came in. Use the parent star as the entry point, shorten the distance between yourself and him, and then patiently answer your own questions one by one, and finally show your reserved strength without leaving a trace. It can be said that they are interlocking and leave no trace. It's terrible, this person, compared with this kind of human spirit who has lived for thousands of years. A young man in his early 20s, and a Ziobai who has just entered the starry sky, is really too innocent. I guess he accidentally sold it without knowing it. Liu Sheng suddenly felt a sense of urgency. It is necessary to speed up the improvement of strength. Raise the combat power to the level of the second limit breaking as soon as possible. To get along with a man like Far, an old fox, if he didn't have the strength to crush him to death. Liu Sheng would be very nervous and couldn't sleep well at night. At this moment, Far didn't even know that he was regarded as a potential threat target by Liu Sheng, and he was still talking freely. Generally speaking, only those who are above the 11th level can reach the limit-breaking level once. Combat power. Of course there are exceptions, such as you who have an extraordinary life physique. Liu Sheng thought for a while, and then asked, how many layers of void are there in total? Far pondered for a moment, then finally shook his head. I don't know, but it must be above the 4th floor. I have seen 13th level big men fight each other, and the combat power that erupts in each shot can reach 4 times breaking the limit. Liu Sheng nodded. Then the two chatted some more. Mainly Far said, Liu Sheng listened, and occasionally asked a few questions. As an 11th level law enforcement officer of the Star Area Law Enforcement Department, Far has experienced too many planets. He could talk to Liu Sheng about the customs of different planets for 3 days and 3 nights. Liu Sheng suddenly thought of those planet natives captured by Kaitong and others, so he asked casually. As a result, Fal said, those people will be brought to the Star District Court to participate in the trial of the Red Pupil Star Thief group as witnesses. It should be sent to other life planets in the future. It is impossible to return to one's home planet. The distance is too far. The Federation will not waste too much manpower and material resources for the indigenous people on a few low-level life planets. Liu Sheng was silent. In the cosmic starry sky, the 4 words strength first are interpreted more and more vividly. Those with low strength can't control their own destiny at all, no matter whether it's in black or in white. They can only be thrown around like cargo. The two chatted for a while, and Far got up to leave. A month will pass quickly. If you feel bored, welcome to chat with me at any time. Far smiled and said a few words to Liu Sheng, and then left the room. Liu Sheng was the only one left in the room. Sitting in a chair, Liu Sheng reviewed the content of his chat with Far just now, and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Then he took out the communicator and saw that the video just sent to Dong Qingxiu had already received her response. Dong Qingxiu also sent a video back. Liu Sheng opened it casually. I saw the scene of their family and Dong Qingxiu preparing to eat in the video. A table full of meals, also bought a cake. The person who took the video was Liu Qinghe, and Liu Qinghe said to the screen, "Brother, you got the certificate with your sister-in-law today, and you left without even eating a meal. It's too much." Liu Sheng watched the video with a smile on his face. Supporting him until now, his family has given him too much strength. From now on, Dong Qingxiu has to be added to it. Maybe there will be my children in the future. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, he turned off the video, and his heart became clearer about the direction to go in the future, and more motivation emerged in his heart. Before he left, Lu Sheng left some medicines sorted out from the dream space to the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom and the military area, which can be prepared with the current technology of Azure Star, many of which are suitable for ordinary people. I hope that by the time he returns from the sub-Jupiter region, these medicines have already been produced. The original intention of Lu Sheng to do this is to let his parents live a healthier and longer life. After tidying up his mood, Lu Sheng half leaned on the sofa. Seeing the colorful streamers passing by in front of him, he slowly closed his eyes. Familiar dream universe. Lu Sheng was suspended in the desolate starry sky. A ball of light appeared in his hand. Query: the entire universe, all wind attribute martial arts inheritance points. Lu Sheng calmly gave orders to the light group. Soon, a brilliant star map appeared in the light cluster. There are countless cyan light spots in the star map. Each dot of light represents the location of a martial arts master who majored in wind attributes. The brightness of the light spot represents the strength of inheritance. Lu Sheng saw the brightest spots in the star map at a glance. It's all about the martial art of wind that points to level 15. Too bad it's too far away from Lu Sheng 0. The nearest one is not known how many light years away, and it is not even in the same star field. This is why I prefer wind attribute martial arts inheritance. Lu Sheng looked at the vast starry sky in front of him, and said to himself helplessly, in this universe without transportation, if you want to improve the efficiency of pushing maps, you can only increase the speed first. Lu Sheng had no choice but to give up those 15 wind attribute martial arts inheritance points. Simply pull the star map to the maximum, and look for it near your location. There really are. There are more than a dozen 11th graders, 2 12th graders, and 1 13th grader. Level 13. Lu Sheng looked at the bright cyan light point hesitantly. Although the people in the dream space only retain a small part of their previous strength. But the further back in martial arts, the wider the gap between each level. Basically every level is worlds apart. His current combat power is almost equivalent to level 11. Grades 11 to 13. There are 2 worlds in between. Forget it, don't be too ambitious. Lu Sheng shook his head, resolutely gave up the 13th level inheritance point, and finally chose the 12th level inheritance point closest to him. Just the 12th grade. Lu Sheng made up his mind on the target and went straight to the target point. At a speed of thousands of kilometers per second, it is slowly moving forward in the boundless starry sky like a snail. Can you hang up and fly? I don't know how long it took to fly, Lu Sheng couldn't stand it. Start to try the operation of hanging up in the dream space. Don't say it, it's okay. His current mental strength has reached level 11, and he has separated apart to maintain dream activities with ease. It is equivalent to resting some brain cells and keeping the remaining brain cells active. Doesn't that mean that from now on I can practice both reality and dreams at the same time? No matter what the reality is doing, can you keep practicing in the 0.5 dream? I am practicing while eating, I am practicing while chatting, I am practicing while taking a shower, I am practicing while shitting, still practicing. Lu Sheng's training time has been doubled. Even more. Sky. Lu Sheng himself was stunned. Why is there such a genius as me in this world? Why? It's just so unfair to the rest of the universe. Lu Sheng immediately allocated part of his mental power to control himself in the dream to maintain the flying state and continue to the target inheritance point. The rest of the mental power exits the dream space, takes out a part of energy crystals from the space storage bracelet, and begins to absorb and practice immortal cells. In reality, Lu Shengu's body was radiant, and the 3651st immortal cell in the Sun God's domain was born quickly. And then the 3652nd. 3653. Dreamland. Liu Sheng turned into a brilliant golden shooting star, quickly slid across the desolate and dead starry sky, moving forward, forward. Dream reality, go hand in hand. 445,300 immortality, the direction of breaking the limit for the second Tim. The Silver Bird spaceship, in a certain super-large space. The whole space is surrounded by large expanses of green vine vegetation, lush and lush. Far stood on a high cliff, facing a sparkling ocean. The color of the ocean is bright green, like a huge piece of jelly, showing beautiful ripples under the sea breeze. This is Far's former home planet. The most beautiful place in his memory. In many cases, he would come back here and miss those memories that have passed away. Grown-ups. A member of the law enforcement department wearing a blue and black combat uniform walked behind Far and said, "People from the law enforcement department of the White Mist Star region have been asking us for the video of the arrest of the Red Pupil Star bandits. Send them some irrelevant footage first." Far said indifferently, "The content related to Liu Sheng will be sent to them after we arrive at the Yamua planet and register Liu Sheng's citizenship." "Yes. How are the people from the two White Mist Star regions detained by us now?" Far asked. A member of the law enforcement department replied, "One has been making a fuss, clamoring to see you, and to contact the law enforcement department of the White Mist Star district. The other one is honest. Take care of the dishonest one every day to make him honest." Far commanded calmly. "Yes." Far thought for a while, then waved his hand. Where he swung his right hand, a brand new picture immediately appeared in the transparent air. The picture shows a handsome and masculine young man. The young man sat on the sofa, and the tea table in front of 02 was covered with black energy crystals. The young man closed his eyes, the black energy crystals on the coffee table automatically flew up and shattered. It turned into a pure energy flow and merged into his body. The young man was like eating biscuits, maintaining a speed of one piece for a few minutes, constantly consuming the black energy crystals on the coffee table. Far's pupils constricted, and a look of emotion appeared on his face. Liu Sheng's consumption speed of black crystal coins as food, even he was shocked when he saw it. As long as he stared at Liu Sheng for a while, the black energy crystals Liu Sheng consumed were enough to kill a 10th level powerhouse. But Liu Sheng still acted nonchalantly. It was simply terrifying. Is there a black hole hidden in this kid's body? In addition to being amazed, Far felt delighted. The more exaggerated Liu Sheng's ability is, the stronger his potential is, and the higher his extraordinary life physique level is. What Far is most interested in and can't wait for now is this kid's extraordinary life physique. What level is it? The Flaming Sun God territory. It exists in Liu Sheng's body. In more than half a month, the number of immortal cells in Liu Sheng's body has reached more than 5,300. The Sun God territory grew stronger and stronger. It emits infinite light and infinite heat all the time. These infinite light and 5-pore heat tempered and nourished his star supreme body all the time. When the gaze that belonged to Fei disappeared in the induction, Liu Sheng opened his eyes silently. Grey waves surged in his eyes, and more than 5,300 immortal cells in his body suddenly ignited the fire of divinity. The star map of the Sun God realm was shining brightly, and the power of 5,300 star seeds was instilled into Lu's right-hand minister. Liu Sheng clenched his fist with 5 fingers, and slowly punched the void in front of him. There are 53 rounds of tiny stars hovering and dancing on this punch, forming the momentum of an oven. A 3-legged golden crow appeared in the oven, its outline became clearer and its wings were about to fly. Boom! The void where Liu Sheng Gluo punched broke open with a bang, and a collapsed black hole appeared. Liu Sheng continued to punch, and the black hole continued to collapse. Gradually, traces of white cracks spread from the center of the black hole. At this time, the walls, floors, and ceilings around Liu Sheng were rapidly changing in light and shadow, and there was a faint feeling of being out of control and collapsing. Seeing this, Liu Sheng immediately turned his fist into a palm, and gently wiped away the black hole with one palm. Everything around is back to normal. If you keep on going, you won't be able to lose any power. At that time, it may attract Far's attention. Second limit breaking. It's not far from me. Liu Sheng's eyes were clear, and a slightly satisfied smile appeared on his face. The price of the rapid improvement in strength in the past half-month is that the number of black crystal coins in his space storage bracelet has been reduced by more than half. That's about 25 tons. A super exaggerated number. This is just the beginning. There are still 60 trillion immortal cells in the future, and each immortal cell has to be bred into a star, and the three-legged golden crow will be bred from the star. Thinking about that number, Liu Sheng suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Never mind him, let's talk about it when the time comes. Liu Sheng thought, before using up all the energy crystals in his hands. Anyway, the credit for exterminating the Red Pupil Star Bandit group will allow him to receive a large amount of rewards. Every step counts. The strength is strong, but are you afraid that you will not have resources? Ding dong! The communicator at hand sounded a prompt. There is only one contact person on Liu Sheng's communicator, and that is Dong Qingxiu. Click on the video call. A blue light was projected from the small communicator, and a three-dimensional virtual image of a young girl jumped out. It's Liu Qinghe. Brother, are you still in the spaceship? Liu Qinghe looked at Liu Sheng's surroundings curiously, and found that it was the same as before, so he couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. During this time, Liu Sheng basically had to video call with his family members every day. The Liu Sheng family was shocked and unbelievable when they first learned that he was traveling in the starry sky, but now they are used to it. Yes, it will probably take half a month. Liu Sheng replied to Liu Qinghe, and continued, "Where are your parents and your sister-in-law?" Before Liu Qinghe finished speaking, a few villains squeezed in from the blue light. They are Liu Dahai, Zheng Yufen, and Dong Qingxiu. Yes, yes, everyone is here. Liu Dahai said hurriedly, and Zheng Yufen looked around Liu Sheng like curious babies. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This is space. Zheng Yufen made a tisk-tisk sound. Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing and said, "Mom, I'll buy one tomorrow, and I'll take you to space for fun." Why? Zheng Yufen raised her brows and eyes. She didn't know whether she was happy or amused, and she became the third child again when the words came to her lips. Remember to keep a low profile when you go out, don't offend others. Practice is practice, don't forget to eat, and have a good rest every day. I heard it's very cold in space, remember to wear more clothes. Liu Sheng didn't know what to say, so he could only nod and kept nodding. When Mom and Dad finished nagging, the Liu family tacitly left the last time and space to Dong Qingxiu. Liu Sheng looked at Dong Qingxiu's cold and beautiful face, and said with a smile, "My wife." But never thought, Dong Qingxiu glanced at him, and said lightly, "Recently, a new resident moved into the community." Who? Liu Sheng blinked, wondering which pot Dong Qingxiu was carrying. It's a pretty little girl with blue hair, like a princess in a fairy tale. I heard that she seems to be the daughter of Cumberland, the silver-crowned warrior. Fiona. Liu Sheng froze for a moment. Then Dong Qingxiu said with a half-smile but not a smile, "Recently, she runs to the house every day, and she is familiar with Uncle Aunt." Ah, this. Liu Sheng's forehead was sweating, and he didn't know what to say for a while. "Forget it, let's talk next time, the phone is out of battery." Snapped. Dong Qingxiu's figure disappeared. Liu Sheng was completely stunned. Damn it, why am I nervous and have a guilty conscience? After half a minute, Liu Sheng came to his senses, very annoyed. He had nothing to do with Fiona at all. 890 can't do it, he has to explain it clearly to Dong Qingxiu. Thinking about it, Lu Sheng was about to call back. But just when he was about to redial the communication, his hands froze. Forget it, explain next time. There was a slight joy in Lu Sheng's eyes. He put the communicator down. Is there anything more important than coaxing your wife? Have martial arts practice. Just at that second, his spiritual avatar in the dream, after a long and arduous trek, finally arrived at the destination. Swish! All of Lu Sheng's spiritual power returned to the dream space. The figure of Lu Sheng in the dream space quickly changed from semi-illusory to staring, and his eyes became agile. Lu Sheng stretched his body, feeling the wonderful feeling of two becoming one. What appeared in front of his eyes at this time was a decayed planet covered with black hair. It is almost 10 times the size of Yi Feng's planet in the Wanghe section. It is more than 100 times bigger than the blue star in reality. There are countless asteroids around it. It seems to be the center of this piece of starry sky. What kind of pond raises what kind of dragon? Such a planet can indeed give birth to a level 12 powerhouse. Of course there are exceptions. For example, Wang He and Duan Yifeng, who were favored by Yang Yizhu, the master of Tianlan Starfield. Of course, such examples are too few. 12-level wind attribute martial arts inheritance, here I come. Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled, and he flew towards the planet in front of him. It just so happens that he has many inspirations and means, which need to be perfected and verified by a strong opponent. He already can't wait. I encountered many injustices and troubles in my life and writing a book, and I wanted to have a good chat with everyone, but when I thought about it, I felt that my identities were different, and my joys and sorrows were different, so I just let it go. Next, let's slowly regain our passion, finish this book well, and leave these words in this testimonial to chat with everyone. 441 The number 1 martial sacred technique in Shiquan, the weapon spectrum of the 4 elephants spirit. Boom! Lu Sheng was like a brilliant golden meteor, piercing through the dark starry sky and quickly crashing into the surface of the planet. A huge hole was blasted into the condensed atmosphere filled with black and grey mist. Hoo! Lu Sheng looked down on the earth from a high altitude. Mental power spread out. This planet is different from Celeste in that more than 2/3 of the sphere is covered by land. The defense bases are located on the land, like pieces of rotting corpses. The 11th level of spiritual power can easily cover the entire Azure Star. But on this planet, it can only cover less than 1/10 of the range. This planet is too big. Fortunately, there is a map provided by the power of the source, follow the map to find out. Lu Sheng won't be looking for a needle in a haystack. In that position, according to the display on the map, Lu Sheng flew towards the northern hemisphere of the planet. Soon locked a super large base. This base is almost 100 times the size of an ordinary base, located near the Arctic Circle, like a decayed heart riddled with holes. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he habitually took a deep breath. Then it swooped down in the direction of the center of the base below. The golden shooting star brought a long-lost color to this desolate and dead planet. Golden meteor falls. Boom! Looking down from a high altitude, you can see a huge grey mushroom cloud rising suddenly in the center of the base. The air wave formed by the mushroom cloud spread rapidly in all directions, lasted for several minutes, and spread to hundreds of square kilometers before slowly stopping. Wait until the smoke clears. It can be clearly seen that there is a supergiant pit with a size of tens of square kilometers in the center of the base. In the pit, a tall and straight body is slowly standing up. Ka. Lu Sheng pulled his feet out of the deep pit and stretched his muscles a little. A little flame in his eyes was igniting rapidly, and the cells all over his body were entering a state of excitement. Only in the dream space, he is absolutely free. This is his world. There are no rules and regulations to bind you. Whatever you want. The entire universe is his playground, which can satisfy his desire to destroy and destroy as his power soars. Liu Sheng didn't know how many dreams he trampled to death with the one that appeared just now. When he stood up, with him as the center, strands of black mist and smoke rose from the surrounding ground. Countless streams of black mist and smoke rose up, and all of them converged towards him, forming a quite spectacular scene like a sea containing hundreds of rivers. Liu Sheng was shrouded in thick black mist. While absorbing the memories belonging to the indigenous inhabitants of this planet, he looked forward. This huge defense base was severely pierced by him, an uninvited guest who fell from the sky. The commotion caused by the commotion attracted the attention of many strong zombies. With a mental scan, Liu Sheng could see that in the distance there were almost endless zombies rushing out of the dilapidated high-rise buildings, streets, and ruins. A series of rotten figures gathering more and more, gradually forming a black wave. It quickly swept towards him who was in the most central position. Liu Sheng looked calm. He inhales deeply. This breath seemed to inhale all the countless black mist surrounding him into his chest and lungs in an instant. Then he took a small step forward. Boom! In a dead grey, a 100,000 meter high brilliant titan rises from the ground and descends abruptly. The golden crow is the eyes, the diamond is the body, the 4 elephants are the robes, the sky is full of stars, and the mighty and boundless Dharma image, the titan, stands on this land. Liu Sheng overlooked the endless super base in front of him, like a god overlooking the common people. He stepped forward, thinking silently in his heart. The first episode of Liu Sheng Ultraman, the 5th season of Attack on Titan, now. Action! Facing the swarm of zombies that were densely packed like ants, Liu Sheng raised his right fist and punched the ground hard from top to bottom. A godlike roar came out of his mouth. Destroy! Where the bright giant fist landed, there was an earth-shattering bang. The earth sunken and collapsed. Layers of soil and rocks on the ground floated up like waves, and the terrifying shock waves visible to the naked eye spread to the surroundings. Where the shock wave swept, those zombies exploded one by one without warning, and were directly weathered, turning into wisps of black mist and smoke rising into the sky. Annihilating power swept through the tide of zombies. The black wave collapsed and collapsed layer by layer. It turned into countless black mist and smoke rose to the sky, converging towards Liu Sheng's body. Liu Sheng kept punching and stamping his feet, unscrupulously destroying this huge ruined city. His 4 heavens true martial god Yan's 4-pole Dharma aspect has the strength to almost crush the 10th level in reality. In front of these zombies whose strengths are so rare, they are even more devastated. Countless zombies were easily obliterated by his power, and after the black mist that turned into smoke melted into his Dharma body, the valuable martial arts will turned into new stars and surrounded him. Encourage his power of Dharma. During this process, his Dharma body continued to rise, growing rapidly at a rate of several meters. This moment, Liu Sheng experienced the pleasure of the evil halberd bullying the blue star. On this land, he feeds on the common people. He brings destruction and misery to the world. It is God. Boom! In a short period of time, Liu Sheng had already destroyed nearly 1/5 of the base area. Where he walked, the already dilapidated base was reduced to more complete ruins, and everything was destroyed. Because of absorbing a large amount of martial arts memories, Liu Sheng's body of the inverse 4-pole method of the gods of all heavens and true martial arts also grew several hundred meters taller again. This made Liu Sheng feel a strong ambition. Where is the true limit of his 4-pole Dharma body of the heavenly true martial god Yan? How far can it grow? But Liu Sheng's atrocities finally attracted the attention of a more powerful presence in the base. Boom boom boom! A powerful and unparalleled momentum erupted from the ruins of the base, and figures flew high into the sky. 10th, 10th, 10th. Grade 11. Grade 11. There were nearly 100 figures densely packed, almost all of them were strong zombies above level 10. They are tall, and their skeletons are almost twice that of the azure stars. Even if the flesh and blood have decayed, their shrunken bodies can still bring great oppression to ordinary people. But for Lu Sheng, it's just a slightly stronger ant. Let me personally make the coffins for you, and the heroic spirits will sleep forever in Huangchuan. Lu Sheng spoke in a low voice, his voice was like thunder, and the sound waves rolled. He stretched out his hand sharply forward. The bright Dharma phase arm was extremely swift and violent, and the 5 fingers suddenly spread open, like a hand covering the sky. 5 fingers clattered, and turned into a knife of the sky. Ugh! 5 blade lights streaked across the void, leaving long black marks. Sweeping with 5 fingers, the bodies of more than a dozen strong zombies quietly separated, gradually weathering their formation. Lu Sheng rushed into the group of strong zombies, every part of his huge body turned into a weapon for his attack. Fighting with hundreds of 10th level and 11th level zombies is like a titan who catches flies. After fighting for a while, Lu Sheng felt that such a mosquito-like battle was too boring. He stamped his feet on the ground fiercely, and his whole body jumped into the sky. Hoo! The 100,000 meter high Dharma image titan rose into the sky. Has reached a height close to the atmosphere. At this moment, Lu Sheng stopped, turned around and looked down. He stretched out the thumb and index finger of both hands to form a rectangular photo frame, which just included the entire base. Simply solve it in one breath. Lu Sheng whispered to himself. Then, he tore off the 4-color robe and threw it into the sky. The 4-color robe rises in the wind, and the endless natural and cosmic energy in this world gathers. The 4-color robe quickly expanded to tens of thousands of square kilometers, like a 4-color dark cloud, thickly accumulated directly above the base. The 4-color energy surges like waves, and it looks like a banner blown by the wind, while the outlines of many weapons gradually emerged from the cloth. There are knives. There are swords. There are halberds. There are all kinds of strange weapons. This is the way Yang Yizhu passed on to him. Yang Yizhu's way is the way of 4 poles. Yang Yizhu believes that the 4 poles are the 4 cornerstones of the energy of the universe, Haonyou Zhao, which can encompass everything and evolve everything. And Lu Sheng is now using this characteristic of his 4 poles to evolve various energy weapons. This is a great martial art created by Lu Sheng after he was promoted to the 9th level, with a burst of inspiration, for his perfect martial arts. This martial arts technique is called. In Lu Sheng's eyes, the golden crow roared loudly, the golden splendor shone brightly, and a slight smile appeared on his handsome face. He looked down at the super base below him, and said word by word. The cloak of the 4 elephants spirit realm. Shiquan cold soldier martial arts. Hence the name. 100 soldiers performing martial arts. After finishing speaking, the countless swords, guns, swords, halberds, and cold weapons in the 4-color energy cloak covering the sky were completely formed. Thousands of cold weapons of different colors and styles are densely packed, covering the entire 4 elephant spirit realm cloak. It is more appropriate to say that it is a cloak, rather than a weapon spectrum. These cold weapons placed on the weapon spectrum suddenly burst out of the spectrum. In an instant, the power of the 4 phenomena of earth, wind, water, and fire stirred the heaven and the earth, filling the world with endless sharpness. A majestic torrential rain of cold weapons was formed, rumbling towards the super base below. This is the number 1 martial art of Shiquan martial Dao created by Lu Sheng after the 9th level. Hundreds of soldiers fall. Cleanse all the dirt in the world. 442 King of the Wind, practice. 2. After absorbing the martial arts civilization crystallization of an entire planet, Lu Sheng's fists and cold weapon martial arts have reached an incomparably huge level. His Shiquan martial art has been extended to an unprecedented degree. There are as many as 8 kinds of martial arts in the 5 realms. Headed by boxing swords, the other 6 are from different 10th level 5 realm martial arts masters. There are hundreds of martial arts in the 4 realms. There are countless 3 realms and 2 realms. But Liu Sheng only has 2 fists and 2 feet, so he can't fully display the power of these martial arts. So he kept thinking. Following the train of thought of Shiquan Grandmaster's skill shattering the void, and with the help of the characteristics of the 4 poles, finally created this supreme martial arts skill specially created for cold weapon martial arts 6 Yang Lingjing Ogre Book. 100 soldiers perform martial arts. First attempt to cast. Looks like the effect is not bad. The rain of cold weapons fell torrentially, and the whole world was besieged and slaughtered. These weapons with the condensed energy of the 4 poles of earth, wind, water, and fire carry the characteristics of the 4 cornerstone energies at the same time when they fall. The thickness of the ground. The lightness of the wind. The softness of the water. The blazing fire. There is also energy derived from quadrupoles. Killing ice, exploding thunder. Energy weapons are constantly being produced in the 4 elephant spirit realm weapon spectrum. Countless energy weapons fell, covering the entire super base. The huge super base has been completely reduced to Liu Sheng's training ground. The bodies of the strong zombies were pierced through, turning into black smoke and disappearing. Among them are 10th level powerhouses and 11 level powerhouses. Only by touching the rules and reaching the 5th level in a martial arts skill can one be eligible to be promoted to the 11th level. This also means that every time Liu Sheng kills an 11th level zombie expert, he can add a 5-level martial art to his Shiquan martial arts. Under the bombardment of the torrential rain of weapons, the entire super base was rotten. 143. Large areas of ruins collapsed, earth and rocks rolled up, and smoke and dust rose to form a grey ocean. And under this grey ocean, countless black mist and smoke rushed out, forming majestic black torrents, rolling into Liu Sheng's body. Liu Sheng's 100,000 meter Dharma body stands high in the sky, with his arms outstretched, looking down on the earth like a god. If in the future, I perform this style of martial arts with hundreds of soldiers in the starry sky, where the energy blade passes, planets will explode, and the black mist and smoke will merge into a starry sky river. How fast should the upgrade be? How cool is it? What a bright future! Amid the torrent of black mist and smoke and fusion, Liu Sheng's 4-pole body of the gods of heaven and martial arts soared crazily. 1,000 meters. 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. It quickly increased its height by a full 5 kilometers and became a titan of 105,000 meters. At the same time, the number of martial arts stars around him also increased countless, becoming deeper, vaster, and brighter. Just when countless energy weapons were violently washing the ground of the base. Boom! An unparalleled and powerful aura suddenly burst out from the base covered by the vast smoke and dust below. This momentum soared into the sky, like a wind blade suddenly rising from the ground. The ocean of grey smoke and dust was cut open in one stroke, and the falling energy weapons quickly shattered when they encountered this invisible wind blade. Liu Sheng's eyes tightened slightly. In the next second, a figure was seen rushing up from below. Holding a shattered broken axe in his hand, the figure aimed at the heavenly official to level everything. A cyan axe blade tens of thousands of meters long broke free from his hand. Before Liu Sheng had time to react, he saw his 4-elephant spirit realm weapon spectrum cut open by the Wanmai axe. Asia. But after the axe blade cut through the weapon spectrum, its momentum remained undiminished, and it continued to charge upwards. It cut through the thick atmosphere and rushed to a very far place in the starry sky before gradually disappearing. The power of an axe. So scary. As expected of a level 12 powerhouse. Liu Sheng took a deep breath. During this process, his Dharma body gradually dissipated. Faced with such an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, the Dharma body is obviously not suitable anymore. After breaking Liu Sheng's 4-elephant spirit realm weapon spectrum with an axe, the figure did not continue to attack. Instead, he was suspended in mid-air, watching Liu Sheng quietly. Liu Sheng was also able to see his whole picture clearly. This is a burly man who is more than 5 meters tall. The people on this planet are supposed to be taller and bigger than the people from the Azure Star. And this man interpreted this point to the extreme. He has a stalwart body and a burly frame, like a small titan. But with such a huge body, and what he holds in his hand is a heavy weapon like an axe. Men don't give people the slightest sense of bulkiness. Instead, he was lighter than anyone Liu Sheng had ever met. He is a king. A king who dominates the speed of heaven between heaven and earth. Shiraz. Liu Sheng read the other party's name, and the empty eyes of this tall Wind King seemed to fluctuate. This is the message that the original power told him. In the native language of this planet, this name just represents the meaning of the King of the Wind. Level 12. Liu Sheng inhaled slightly. One of the strongest opponents he has faced so far. The 11th level is to touch the rules and use the power of the rules. And the 12th grade. It is to control the rules and shape the body of the rules. Liu Sheng knows everything from the 11th to the 15th level. Aside from the fact that the attack power of the 12th level is much stronger than that of the 11th level, the biggest difference from the first level is the transformation of the martial body H again. The rules are integrated into the martial body, so that the operation of the martial body is closer to the operation of the rules controlled by itself, so as to obtain extremely powerful rule characteristics and self-healing ability. Almost an immortal existence. Of course, this immortality is only a relative term. In the dream space, there should not be too many dead level 12. Shillis in front of him is the most typical one. The king who controls the wind and speed, the skin, flesh, and bones of his burly body more than 5 meters high exploded and broke inch by inch. There is no perfect place. It wasn't his body that was broken, but also the power of rules that he had tempered into the flesh and bone marrow. The rules he mastered. It was completely interrupted and broken up. However, but still scary. Liu Sheng looked at Sherusi in front of him, and slowly moved his muscles and bones, stretching his body. During this process, more than 5,000 immortal cells in his body lit up one by one. The star map of the Sun God territory gradually became brighter. There is a golden crow screaming in Liu Sheng's chest. Bring it on! Liu Sheng clenched his fists and collided slightly, making a sound like gold and iron. Let me see, your level 12 strength, how much is left now? After finishing speaking, grey waves curled up in Liu Sheng's eyes. Enter Valkyrie state. Then the whole person appeared in front of Shiris with a swish. From top to bottom, the right fist carrying a total of 53 miniature stars hit Shalusi fiercely. With a blank expression on his face, Shalus gently raised the broken axe in his hand. The picture freezes at this moment. Call ___. Liu Sheng opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes burst out, piercing the void, and then quickly retracted. He stretched out his hand and pinched the center of his brow, thinking slowly. Shiris in the 12th level zombie state is much stronger than Far. There is still a gap between me and him at this stage. Liu Sheng failed to win Shilus in the end. Shalusi's speed was too fast, so fast that it made him unbelievable. Moreover, his control over the rules has reached the peak of the 5 realms, which is not inferior to that of Liu Sheng. Coupled with his own residual strength, it was quite difficult for Liu Sheng to fight him. But Liu Sheng didn't care either. He didn't think he could take Shiris in one go. The goal is to take Shiris before reaching the sub-Jupiter region. When the number of my immortal cells exceeds 10,000, it will probably be enough. Liu Sheng secretly made up his mind. Now he is cultivating in both dreams and reality at the same time, and the speed of progress is too fast. With sufficient resources, it won't be long before Shiris can be crushed. Just like now. Although Liu Sheng has withdrawn from the dream space, he actually allocated part of his spiritual power to sweep other bases on the Shiris planet. Although the strength of the dream avatar that only contains part of his spiritual power is only a part of his total strength. But it is still easy to clean up those strong zombies below the 10th level and 11th level. This is the benefit of on-hook practice, making progress all the time. Continue to temper the immortal cells. Sheng restrained his mind, took out a large amount of energy crystals, and began to absorb and digest them to give birth to new immortal cells. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. You can now start thinking about your own way. Why do you practice martial arts? When you feel like you can't keep going, what belief is supporting you? Think hard. Got it, the gate of heaven is open to you. Sheng was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of boiled water in his hand, and was guiding Liu Qinghe's martial arts training remotely through the communicator. This is one of the things that Liu Sheng must do every day for more than 20 days. In addition to urging Liu Qinghe to practice, there is also a way to spend the boring time in the spaceship. Based on Liu Sheng's status on the Azure Star today, it is estimated that there is no one in the entire Azure Star with a better cultivation environment than Liu Qinghe. And she can be regarded as upright, and now she has entered the level of a 6th level warrior. Not bad for her 19 years old. Of course Liu Sheng didn't think much of it. Just kidding, standing on the shoulders of the strongest man in the entire Azure Star, if you can't even achieve this level, then he really should consider taking Liu Qinghe to do a paternity test with his parents. See if you were born with the wrong hug in the delivery room. In the virtual picture, Liu Qinghe's face revealed a pensive look. Liu Sheng waved her hand to let her step back and think about it, and then Dong Qingxiu appeared in the three-dimensional picture. 443 10,000 immortals, twice the increase in qi and blood, and a second limit-breaking level. 3. Wife. A smile appeared on Liu Sheng's face. Dong Qing gave him a white look with a cold expression, and immediately asked him questions about his cultivation. Liu Sheng answered patiently, wishing he could break apart a point of knowledge and feed it into Dong Qingxiu's mouth himself. As his wife, Liu Sheng will naturally not be mean to Dong Qingxiu. Dong Qingxiu had already taught Dong Qingxiu the cultivation methods of the 1st to 9th levels of the crystal conception. Because Dong Qingxiu is a spiritual teacher, and she is also a talented spiritual teacher, crystal view ideas could not have been more suitable for her. The whole process lasted about 20 minutes. After Dong Qingxiu finished asking her questions, Liu Sheng thought that he could have a private conversation with Dong Qingxiu, but he never thought that Dong Qingxiu would simply hang up the communication after saying hello to him. It made Liu Sheng look helpless. Still mad about Fiona's thing. Liu Sheng has a headache, he finally knows how fucking long-distance relationship is. When you are sweet, you are full of longing, when you quarrel, you are anxious, and you are helpless when you scratch your heart. Liu Sheng, when will you reach the realm of 1 step and 1 light year? Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing. If his current speed could reach light years per second as the measurement unit, it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. So, in the final analysis, the reason for the sense of distance is because one's own strength is too weak. I need to work harder. Liu Sheng plunged into the dream space. After more than 20 days, it was almost time for him to harvest. Is it too cold for him? Dong Qingxiu hung up the call with Liu Sheng, with a thoughtful look on her face. She took out her mobile phone and started to search "My boyfriend makes me angry, how long is it generally appropriate to be angry?" Just watching, Liu Qinghe, who was in a state of contemplation, walked to her side. Sister-in-law. Ever since Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu received their certificates, Liu Qinghe has been calling Dong Qingxiu his sister-in-law. Dong Qingxiu put the phone away without leaving a trace, and asked, "What's wrong? What is the belief that supports me to practice martial arts so far?" Liu Qinghe was still thinking about the question Liu Sheng just asked her, and suddenly came back to his senses, remembering his purpose of looking for Dong Qingxiu, and quickly said to Dong Qingxiu with a vigilant expression, "That Fiona is here again, She is in the living room talking to mom and dad. This woman relied on herself as the daughter of the Silver Crown martial saint, and no one in the entire community dared to stop her. Mom and dad are too, and they are dizzy when they are coaxed by a little thing she brought. Lu King, he said angrily, sister-in-law, you have to be vigilant, and don't let her succeed. Dong Qingxiu's expression turned cold. I'll go and have a look. Just walked out a few steps, but walked back. Never mind. Dong Qingxiu shook her head and said, I went to retreat to practice, and I feel that I may break through in martial arts and spiritual power in the past few days. I can't miss this opportunity. Lu King, he was a little anxious. Sister-in-law, martial arts training is more important than mistress entering the house. Dong Qingxiu glanced at her, and said calmly, Xia He, do you know what is the most important thing to be your sister-in-law? Lu King, he was taken aback and blinked. What? The ability to walk with him all the time. Dong Qingxiu said word by word, whoever can follow in his footsteps and walk with him all the time is qualified to be your real sister-in-law. Now, I am not qualified for this. The woman named Fiona is also not eligible. Therefore, martial arts practice is more important than anything else. Do you understand it? Lu King, he froze in place, with a dazed look on his face. Seeing her like this, Dong Qingxiu didn't speak, rubbed her head and left alone. Lu King, he stood in place for a long time, the confusion in his eyes gradually faded away, and a new light burst out. The ability to walk with my brother, to walk with my brother. I know what my martial art is. Lu King, his eyes were shining brightly, and she muttered in a low voice with joy. The strength that has supported me to practice martial arts till now is the belief that I can desperately catch up with my brother. Her big brother is as dazzling as the sun, and the radiance sprinkles all over the blue star. I want to stand by his side all the time, watching his profile. It is also one. This is Lu King He's way. Dream space. Lu Sheng stood in a ruin that was about to be completely flattened into a desert. He inspected the harvest of the past 20 days. On this huge planet, which is 100 times larger than Azure Star, more than 90% of the strong zombies on the surface of the planet were killed by Lu Sheng. Basically there is only one Saris left. The benefit is, Lu Sheng's black sickle crystal spiritual power figure is completely perfect. In terms of spiritual power, he has already stood at the peak of the 11th level. Besides, because he absorbed the memory of a martial arts expert from an entire planet, Lu Sheng's Shiquan martial arts increased again, and his Dharma body skyrocketed to a height of 130,000 meters. An increase of 30,000 meters compared to before. Would you like to try using Faxiangshi to fight Shalusi? Lu Sheng considered it, but quickly rejected it. Forget it, Shalus himself is a speed warrior, and fighting him with a body of 130,000 meters, isn't it a sandbag? Let's just get rid of him directly. Lu Sheng made a decision at will. He also has this qualification now. A surging heat wave erupted from Lu Sheng's body. Endless, distorting the range of Fang Yuan for hundreds of kilometers. The ground under Lu Sheng's feet began to crack, as if it had been exposed to the sun for countless years. Lu Sheng slowly soared into the air, and the fiery breath on his body became more and more surging. Inside him, a total of 10,000 immortal cells that have been ignited by the fire of divinity are shining brightly. The star map of the Sun God realm has reached an unprecedented peak of terror. 10,000. This is what Lu Sheng achieved in the past 20 days. Of course, the price is also huge. The more than 10,000 tons of energy crystals that Lu Sheng harvested from the Kaitong Star Thief group were basically consumed by him. Lu Sheng really didn't care. There are many ways to earn energy crystals, but time cannot be bought with energy crystals. A total of 10,000 immortals made Lu Sheng's strength reach an extreme peak. Although I haven't tried it yet, Lu Sheng is quite sure. 0. Asking for flowers. It should be able to reach the second limit-breaking combat power. If not, Liu Sheng thought about it. In an instant, the divine flames on the 10,000 immortal cells that ignited the divine fire in his body doubled in an instant. A terrifying heat wave that was more than twice as high as before was discharged from his body. Void. The void around Liu Sheng began to melt and collapse. The dry and cracked ground tens of meters away from him under his feet melted like chocolate, rapidly transforming from mud to magma. Not only that, Liu Sheng's body exudes a powerful attraction, and everything around him tends to worship and approach him. This is the origin effect caused by the strength of one's own qi and blood to a certain extent, and the blood density is too terrifying. At this moment, Liu Sheng seemed to have turned into a real star sun. Burn everything. It's definitely enough. Liu Sheng thought calmly, and then punched the void in front of him at will. Boom! The void collapsed at an extremely fast speed, forming a huge black hole, and white marks appeared in the black hole, and the white cracks accumulated to a certain extent. Click! Another touch of black appeared. The third layer of void. The second limit-breaking level. Reached. Liu Sheng looked at the empty hole like an Arya biscuit, his eyes flickered and said, "Yes, it has finally reached the point of breaking the limit for the second time, and there is still room for it. You can also kill Law Enforcer Far at will." Liu Sheng felt relieved immediately. He can crush Far to death at any time, which also means that he can make friends with Far with more confidence. The power of the spiritual illumination of the Hades finally began to appear step by step. Yes. Liu Sheng was able to reach such a level, all because of the terrifying energy and blood-boosting effect of Shen Zhao Pluto Sutra. This is a secret method that Liu Sheng started to cultivate from the first level of martial arts. After dawdling and practicing until now, Liu Sheng can be regarded as having completed the first layer of physical and mental simulation. The main reason is that his strength improved too fast halfway, his physique made various breakthroughs, and he reshaped. As a result, the divine illumination of the Hades needs to be adjusted constantly, and the progress bar goes up and down, which is extremely slow. At this stage, Liu Sheng's Star Supreme body is at a relatively stable level, so Liu Sheng has completed the first level of Shen Zhao Pluto Sutra. Of course it can't be completely perfected. Because his Star Supreme body is growing and transforming all the time, it can only be regarded as 90% complete, and the remaining 10% is dynamic. But even so, the current effect of Shen Zhao Pluto Sutra is amazing. It can be done unconditionally double the increase in vitality. In other words, Liu Sheng, who has 10,000 immortal cells, can instantly be pushed to the level of 20,000 immortal cells. In the future, it is possible to triple the growth rate, quadruple the growth rate, and double the growth rate. Liu Sheng secretly sighed in his heart. This secret method, Duan Yifeng, has been practiced from creation to death at the last 15th level, and it can be regarded as one of his strongest reliance, and it is also an extremely important part of his inheritance of the divine crystal. Liu Sheng got a little familiar with his current strength, and then rushed to Shalusi's location without stopping. This time, he wants to completely take away Shalusi's Budomaru of Wind. 444 The new ultimate skill, Wuxia Starry Sky. The mysterious snake is falling, and the mysterious Liu Sheng hasn't messed with Shalusi for more than 20 days. Compared with 20 days ago, this king of wind control is still tall and light. His body is broken, but he still has the courage to look up to the sky. Compared with him, the current Liu Sheng is even stronger. The roiling heat wave was about to take shape. Wherever Liu Sheng walked, the void distorted and collapsed and melted, and the ground below him turned into flowing magma. If Shalus is the king of the wind. At that time, Liu Sheng was the master of stars who ruled light and heat. The arrival of Liu Sheng caught Shalusi's attention. Shalus raised his head slightly, and there seemed to be a faint light flashing in his empty eyes. Liu Sheng caught this ray of light and thought, is it because only the three masters have left consciousness in the entire universe, or are there other people's consciousness left? This question, it is estimated that Saint can only slowly find the answer. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and the surging heat waves all over his body shrank back into his body like running water. Kaka. The extreme introversion made Liu Sheng's density even greater, and the effect of the surrounding void collapse became more obvious. The whole person is like a black hole. The ground tens of meters away from his feet even rumbled and floated up, and a large amount of magma was involuntarily attracted by him and flew towards him. A series of black and red fire dragons formed around him, swirling around. Grey waves appeared in Liu Sheng's eyes, and he entered the state of martial arts. Gorgeous golden patterns floated on the white and fit body. He made a forward pose. Boom! The void where he was standing collapsed directly, revealing a huge black hole. And Liu Sheng's figure had suddenly appeared in front of Shalusi. His current speed is also much faster than before. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be breaking the speed limit once. Shalusi didn't have the slightest emotion to Liu Sheng's sudden arrival, but directly raised his hand to cut off the axe, and slashed at Liu Sheng with the axe. Liu Sheng didn't dodge, and punched out. Boom, tear, click. The sound of collapsing like cracking silk and shattering crystals sounded. Shalusi's figure flew out like a cannonball, tearing up large swaths of void along the way, causing bursts of sonic booms, leaving shocking traces of October pieces. Liu Sheng retracted his fist slowly, looking at the extra black, white and black aria-shaped hole where Shiras was just now. There was a strange brilliance on his face. This punch is all about emotion, no skill. Liu Sheng said to himself. Afterwards, his eyes were burning, and he quickly disappeared like a spirit ship stepping on the void. When he came to Shalas, he punched again. This punch was even more terrifying than before. On Liu Sheng's fist covered with gold patterns, a full 200 rounds of miniature stars were spinning rapidly. A lifelike three-legged golden crow was bred in the terrifying melting furnace formed by 200 stars. The three-legged golden crow vibrated its wings, and with a strong mythical aura, it pecked Shalusi. Punch, peck. The golden beak of the three-legged golden crow lightly poked the blade of Shiras' broken axe. Clang! The ultra-high frequency sound waves spread, forming huge ripples visible to the naked eye. Under these ripples, the void was broken inch by inch, forming an oversized black hole with irregular edges. At the position where the three-legged golden crow's sharp beak collided with the axe blade, the ultimate power was condensed to make the black hole shatter for the second time. A white hole appears. A large number of black cracks quickly appeared in the white hole. Infinitely close. Break the limit 3 times. Ka ka ka. Cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on Shiras' broken axe. Crack. The cracks accumulated to the extreme, and the broken axe shattered. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he thought it was a pity in his heart. The attack was even more ferocious. His right fist, which carried the three-legged golden crow, slammed heavily on Shalusi's chest. Puff! Shalusi's figure shattered like a bubble. There was no fluctuation on Liu Sheng's face, as if ZY had expected this result a long time ago. Liu Sheng closed his fist and stood still, his left hand lightly tapped the center of his eyebrows. The black sickle crystal figure in his mind trembled slightly. The mental power belonging to the peak of the 11th level continued to spread out in waves. Every time a wave of mental power sweeps through the void becomes a bit more viscous. It was as if there were pairs of invisible big hands taking Liu Sheng as the origin, and constantly stroked in all directions. The result is that there are more and more folds on the cloth of the void, more and more. This is Liu Sheng's usual move against speed opponents. Use mental power to continuously weaken the speed of the opponent, making it feel like a quagmire. The effect is obvious. With the continuous release of Liu Sheng's 11th level mental power, Shalas' actions gradually slowed down. From Liu Sheng's point of view, the current Shalusi is like a bug entangled in layers of cobwebs, and it is already difficult to fly. This is the sorrow of the strong zombies in the dream space. They once died on this land, so no matter what, they will not abandon this land and leave. The most powerful opponent deserves to be terminated in the most splendid way. Lu Sheng looked at Sharusi in front of him, with a calm expression and a calm posture. He is like an ancient god, with absolute calm in his grey eyes. He opened one hand, and the endless energy of the universe gathered between the heaven and the earth. Cloak of the Four Elephants Spirit Realm. Oh no, now it should be called the Four Elephants Spiritual Realm Weapon Spectrum, and it reappeared. A series of cold weapons with different shapes appeared on the weapon spectrum. Immediately afterwards, one after another, Lu Sheng came out of Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng stared at Shalusi calmly, and said, "You should feel lucky, you are the first person to see version 2.0 of my Shattered Void." Lu Sheng came out of Lu Sheng's body one by one. Every time a weapon spectrum of the Four Elephants Spirit Realm came out, a cold weapon flew out and fell into the hands of one of Lu Sheng. Soon all the weapons on the weapon list were divided up, but Lu Sheng kept coming out. After breathing, thousands of Lu Sheng appeared indistinctly in this world. Some of these Lu Shengs were armed with weapons, while others were unarmed. Everyone looked calm, but there was an extremely pure fighting intent burning in their eyes. These fighting intentions spread in the void, as if shouting 10 words in unison. Woo! 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 Lu Sheng clenched his fists tightly, his clear eyes fell on Shalusi, and he said in a low voice, "This ultimate skill is called Wu Sha Xin Kong." The next moment, countless Lu Shengs rushed towards Shalusi together. The entire void was completely smashed into a paste. Follow the context of the world, control the rules of the world, and wantonly burn the fighting spirit. When everything subsides, Shalusi, who was more than 5 meters tall, watched Lu Sheng silently, his broken body and broken circuit weathered into sand together. A blue tornado like an angry dragon rushed out of his body, and rushed into Lu Sheng's body with a boom. Boom! Lu Sheng's eyes were closed tightly, but his body was constantly raised. All heavens, true martial gods, and Yan's four-pole Dharma body rose from the ground for no reason. Wei Yan's body swelled wildly. 50,000 meters. 100,000 meters. Soon it broke through the height of 100,000 meters and reached the level of 130,000 meters. A cyan tornado surrounds the 130,000 meter high Faxiong body. Lu Sheng opened his eyes suddenly, and grabbed the colored tornado with both hands. With a random rubbing of his hands, he turned the big tornado into a small blue-black snake, and hung it on his left earlobe. Boom! After Lu Sheng finished this move, his 130,000 meter Dharma aspect immediately increased by tens of thousands of meters. Reached an unprecedented height of 160,000 meters. The God Crystal is the body, the Golden Crow is the eyes, the 4 elephants are the robes, the stars are the curtain and the black snake is the pendant. Lu Sheng stretched out his hand to handle the little snake that was biting his earlobe tightly, and with a smile on his face, he said to himself, "From now on, my martial art of wind will be named Suan Fengkingqian Father Light." Beep beep. The crisp reminder sound woke Lu Sheng up from his doze. Lu Sheng opened his eyes and saw Far's appearance on the 0.4 blue light sphere in the center of the room. "Lu Sheng, we are coming soon, let's get ready." Only then did Lu Sheng realize that the appearance of the spaceship around the room had changed. Those colorful streamers had long since disappeared, and what appeared instead was an incomparably brilliant starry sky. "New." Far nodded and disappeared. Lu Sheng sat on a chair, looking at the starry sky slowly flowing around him, still thinking about what he had gained in the dream space. The power of the source has increased by more than 3 times, which means that my authority has also increased a lot. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The power of the source is greatly enhanced in all aspects. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to explode the star now, otherwise the entire planet will explode, and the authority is estimated to increase by 100 times. The remaining strong zombies on the planet can only provide a very small part of the original power of the universe. Liu Sheng is not strong enough now, so he can only clean up people first, and then he can become a star, and his authority will increase very quickly. At this time, the starry sky in front of Liu Sheng's eyes changed. A brilliant constellation of stars like a swirl appeared in front of his eyes. With a twinkle in Liu Sheng's eyes, he quickly took out the communicator to take a video. 445 Arrival, Star Level Charm, 3rd Level Citizenship. In the eye is an oversized, faintly shimmering planet. This planet is probably hundreds of times the size of Celeste. The supergiant planet is surrounded by 10 smaller planets. Going out, it's another circle. One circle and one circle, there are 9 circles. It includes an unknown number of planets, presenting a 9-layer ring of stars, exuding rhythmic light like breathing. In the dark starry sky, it looks extremely beautiful. Even dreamy. In Liu Sheng's mind, the 4 words extreme prosperity popped up involuntarily. This is a star civilization that has multiplied to its peak, which is shocking and intoxicating. The Silverbird spacecraft approached the 9-ring star group at an unhurried speed. During the process, Liu Sheng has been using a communicator to shoot. Send it to Dong Qingxiu after shooting. Such a magnificent and boundless starry sky scene, my parents may not be able to imagine it in a few lifetimes. If you have a chance, you must take your family out of the blue star and come to the starry sky to have a good look. Liu Sheng touched the few remaining white energy crystals in his space storage bracelet, and secretly made up his mind. When the Silverbird spacecraft completely entered the constellation, and flew towards the center of the constellation, one of the 10 orbiting planets in the 2nd ring. The door of Liu Sheng's room opened, and the tall and handsome Far stood at the door, holding a set of light silver combat uniforms in his hand. Change it up and see. Far smiled and said to him, Silver Wing 3 battle suit, although it only looks like a 10th level, it's fine for plain clothes. Thank you Lord Law Enforcer 02. Liu Sheng didn't show any politeness to Fei. He changed his casual clothes from Azure Star and put on this combat uniform. Now Liu Sheng is about 2.2 meters tall. The perfectly proportioned martial body breaks through the limit of God's creation time and time again. Martial arts practice is a process of continuous evolution, which makes one's life level constantly leap, and constantly tends to a more perfect process. And this perfection, in addition to the physical strength, also includes the appearance. Liu Sheng's life level had already broken through to a very high level when the Star Supreme body was born. Plus 10,000 immortal extreme masculinity, the God Crystal glow of the 11th level Black Sickle Crystal human form. When he put on this bonus light silver battlesuit. If there were levels of charm, then Liu Sheng would have surpassed a planet early on, reaching the out-and-out starry sky level. Even Far couldn't help admiring, beyond the boundaries of different life races, it can also be seen that your extraordinary life physique level must not be low. Liu Sheng smiled and followed Far out of the room without saying anything. I have to say that the battle suit that Far gave him is quite good. I don't know what material it is made of, but it is very comfortable, and it has the ability to adjust itself, so it fits perfectly. The defense has also reached level 10. I can buy a few more for my family and my wife to wear later, so that when I'm not around them, I can rest assured. Liu Sheng thought to himself. When Liu Sheng and Far walked out of the room, the Silverbird spacecraft had already landed and stopped. The members of the law enforcement department and the robots in the spaceship are all busy, entering and exiting. Liu Sheng followed Far out of the Silverbird spacecraft. They found that they are now in a super large space field, and the spacecraft did not land. Around them, there are still thousands of spaceships, large and small. This is Star Terminal 384 of the 9th planet, the main star of the sub-Jupiter region. Far introduced to Liu Sheng, I will take you to register as a star citizen first. If you don't register, you are a black household here, and you can't even buy a low-level nutritious meal, and it's almost impossible to move an inch. Liu Sheng felt that what Far said made sense, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, that's the trouble for God Far. No trouble, just a little effort. Far smiled and said, after all, I brought you out. Liu Sheng always felt that there was a bit of success in Far's smile. But this success doesn't seem to be for him. Under the martial starry sky, I can almost hit the limit-breaking combat power 3 times, and Saint Far is just a thought away. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng didn't continue to think about it, and just went to Far. Far took Liu Sheng off the Silver Bird spacecraft. A streamlined shuttle aircraft has long been waiting at the door of the spacecraft. The two got on the aircraft, and the aircraft immediately flew towards the 9th planet below. As the spacecraft approached, the prosperity of the planet in front of him was completely revealed in front of Liu Sheng. All kinds of buildings full of technology and futuristic sense, as well as all kinds of cool or low-key or luxurious aircraft. Flying on the established track, weaving a series of gorgeous arcs. This is the starry sky, this is the future. Liu Sheng watched intently, and at the same time took out the communicator to shoot. He no longer cared about being treated as a ground turtle by Far, anyway, he was originally from the country planet. Now he just wants to record the magnificence and shock in front of him and pass it on to his family and friends who are 500 light years away. Far looked at him with a smile. Not long after, the two stopped in front of a sailboat-shaped building. The unmanned aircraft turned on automatically, and Liu Sheng and Far got off the vehicle. City Hall, registered citizenship is here. Far said to Liu Sheng standing in front of this futuristic building full of technology. Liu Sheng nodded. At this time, several people walked out of the building quickly. These people were wearing light blue combat uniforms, and the leader was an old man with a clear face and a lot of energy. He is only about 1.5 meters tall, with human-like facial features, but his ears are long and pulled on both sides like a pug. Liu Sheng could feel that this person's strength had reached level 10. In front of Liu Sheng and Far, the old man with big ears who looked like a dwarf walked up to them quickly. From a distance, he stretched out his hands to Far, his face full of enthusiasm. Honorable Master Far, welcome here. Far smiled and stretched out a hand to shake the old man's hand. Liu Sheng looked at the 1.5-meter old man trying to stretch his hands to reach the palm of Far, who was more than 2 meters tall. The funny look made him want to laugh a little. But he was professionally trained after all. Even at very funny things, he can't help but not laugh out loud. After the dwarf old man greeted Far, he immediately shifted his gaze to him, and said with a smile, Dodd, the mayor of the 9th planet in the subjugating region, sends you his greetings. You must be a young man with a bright future to be favored by Lord Far. As Liu Sheng said, the dwarf old man also stretched out his hands to Liu Sheng. This time, however, he did not raise it as high as when he greeted Far. Liu Sheng could only squat down a little bit, and shook hands with the old man. Nice to meet you, Mr. Mayor Dodd. The dwarf old man smiled at Liu Sheng, then turned his head and ordered the two people who came out with him. Take this Mr. Liu Sheng to apply for citizenship. Lord Far and I need to have a good chat. The two should go down. Far also said to Liu Sheng, Dodd has already arranged everything for you, wait for me in the lounge after the formalities are completed. As a result, Liu Sheng, led by 2 city hall staff, parted ways with Far and entered the city building. The building is more spacious than Liu Sheng expected. There are many people in the hall, coming and going. Liu Sheng took a glance and found that not everyone was above level 9. 7th and 8th grades abound. But compared to the 7th and 8th level martial arts masters on the Blue Star, these people are much stronger in terms of blood and spiritual power. It's not as exaggerated as I imagined. The 9th level can be regarded as a watershed in the starry sky. 970. It's just that people who can be born in these high-level civilizations are born with the status of starry sky citizens, and the environment is much better than those of low-level civilizations. 2 municipal workers took Liu Sheng to the 2nd floor, a quiet and spacious lounge. After leading him to sit down, a robot immediately brought up various snacks and tea, and then one of them said to Liu Sheng, "Please wait for a while, the procedure will be completed soon." The attitude of both of them towards Liu Sheng is respectful, even though they are the same as Liu Sheng, both of them have the strength of level 9. But being able to be brought by far to go through the formalities in person, no matter from which point of view, Liu Sheng is an existence they can't afford to mess with. Liu Sheng waited in the lounge for a short time. One of the 2 staff members who left before came back quickly and handed him a light blue card. "Dear Mr. Liu Sheng, your citizenship registration has been completed." Liu Sheng took the card and tapped it lightly. Ugh! Liu Sheng's identity information immediately popped up on the card. Name, Liu Sheng. Race, Standard Human Race. Mother Star, Azure Star No. A24862 in the White Mist Star area. Identity, 3rd level citizen of the Sub-Jupiter region. Strength, level 9. Liu Sheng noticed the information on the same identity, was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously asked, "Why is it 3rd level citizenship, shouldn't it be 1st level?" The staff of the city hall replied with a smile, "Mr. Liu Sheng was recommended by the law enforcement officer Mr. Far, so his status is naturally different from ordinary people. Citizen rank is linked to strength, talent, assets, and connections. Lord Far's recommendation alone is enough for you to obtain the status of a 3rd level citizen. Good guy." Feelings themselves can be regarded as a relationship household. Liu Sheng thought. Ask for flowers. 446 crystal-eating worms, hundreds of millions in one bite, Earl of Starry Sky. Lord Far still has 10 million black crystal coins stored in your identity card. With your identity information, you can withdraw the money in any star bank. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and then he noticed that the asset column of his identity information showed 10 million black crystal coins. So much! Liu Sheng was secretly taken aback. All the assets of Kaitong and his party add up to only a few 100,000 black crystal coins. Fall's price was 10 million, which was beyond his expectation. Wrong! Liu Sheng suddenly realized something. What I got may not be all the property of Kaitong and others. How can anyone put all the family property in their pockets? Generally speaking, depositing in the bank is a routine operation, and it is reasonable to have change in your pocket. That is to say, there is probably something similar to a bank card that Liu Sheng didn't find in the space storage bracelets of Kaitong and the others. That's where the real wealth of the Red Pupil Star Thief group lies. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng hurriedly rummaged through the bracelet space. You wait for a while, Lord Far and Lord Dodd are still chatting. Without raising his head, Liu waved his hands casually, signaling the other party to ignore him. Liu Sheng rummaged carefully through the pile of sundries he didn't recognize in the bracelet space, and at the same time picked up the snacks around him and stuffed them into his mouth. I have to say that the snacks served at the city hall are really good. All tastes that Liu Sheng's taste buds have never experienced. Stupid shoes. Liu Sheng bit down, feeling hard, almost broke his teeth. What the hell? Liu Sheng swallowed the thing with a grunt and raised his hand to have a look. Between his thumb and forefinger he was holding a half-golden beetle-like thing. The few thin legs were still struggling crazily. The upper itself is gone, because it has already reached Liu Sheng's stomach. There is also a clear tooth mark on it. Star cockroach. Liu Sheng suddenly realized that he might have eaten something wrong, and suddenly felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. But at this moment, a surge of energy surged out of his body. Hula! The 10,001 immortal cells in Liu Sheng's body were quietly produced. I go. Liu Sheng was surprised. Why is this gadget so high in protein? After thinking about it, he simply swept the remaining half of the beetle into his mouth. After chewing randomly for a couple of times, I chewed out a little bit of chicken flavor, and then felt the generation of the 10,002th immortal cell. Bobby. Poppy. At this time, Liu Sheng heard a loud noise coming from the door of the lounge. Miss Chiao Chiao, this is our VIP lounge, please don't trespass, don't make it difficult for us. Am I not your guest of honor? I saw Poppy come in and he must be in there. Get the hell out of here. After taking a breath, the door of the VIP lounge where Liu Sheng was located was pushed open from the outside. Liu Sheng frowned slightly and looked up. I saw a woman rushing into the lounge in a hurry. The woman was wearing a lavender advanced combat uniform, with a slim and hot figure, a delicate face, and her skin was smoother and fairer than milk. Silver wavy long hair and purple eyes added a lot of noble and elegant temperament to her, which complemented her domineering and high-ranking lady posture. As soon as the woman rushed into the lounge, her eyes fell on Liu Sheng. Seeing Liu Sheng's appearance clearly, he froze suddenly. It was as if he was shocked by Liu Sheng's appearance. Miss Jojo, Miss Jojo. Two city hall staff members ran in quickly. You can't trespass here. One desperately tried to appease the silver-haired woman, while the other kept apologizing to Liu Sheng with a wry smile. Sorry sir, I'm so sorry. There was a lot of noise in the lounge. Liu Sheng frowned slightly, but he didn't have time to speak. I saw the silver-haired woman named Chiao Chiao pointing at him and shouting, that's him, he must have stolen my Bobby. He smells like Poppy. What's Poppy? Liu Sheng stood up, looked straight into the eyes of the silver-haired woman, and spoke calmly. Under Liu Sheng's gaze, the silver-haired woman suddenly panicked, tilted her head slightly, and said, Bobby is a crystal-eating worm with noble blood, and I have kept it as a pet for more than 10 years. Crystal devourer. Liu Sheng suddenly thought of the golden beetle that he had just eaten in 2 bites. Isn't it so big, with many thin legs, golden? Liu Sheng described the appearance of the golden beetle to the silver-haired woman in detail. Yet, the silver-haired woman kept nodding, her eyes became brighter and brighter. You're talking about Bobby, where is it? The woman looked at Liu Sheng eagerly. Have no idea. Liu Sheng shook his head and expressed regret, it just flew in front of me, I slapped it casually, and took it away, and I don't know where it went. It seems to be that direction. Yet, the silver-haired woman ran out quickly in the direction Liu Sheng pointed. Not long after, he ran back again, looked at Liu Sheng with beautiful eyes and said, Thank you, can I get to know you? My name is Sheng. Liu Sheng. Remember, when I find Bobby, I will treat you to dinner. Seeing the ID card in Liu Sheng's hand, the silver-haired woman quickly grabbed it and swiped it in her hand, then stuffed it back into Liu Sheng's hand, waved to him, and rushed out of the lounge like the wind. Unfortunately no chance. Liu Sheng looked at the back of the woman leaving, and said something to himself. This woman probably wouldn't have imagined that her beloved pet Bobby had already been eaten by Liu Sheng. It also helped him produce 2 immortal cells, which were digested so that there was not even a slag left. Liu Sheng was embarrassed to tell the truth to a woman. Mainly because I don't know what to say. The pet you have raised for more than 10 years was eaten by me as a snack? This answer is too fucked up. I can only apologize. Liu Sheng secretly expressed guilt towards the silver-haired woman in his heart. Sorry to bother you. The 2 city hall staff who followed the silver-haired woman kept apologizing to Liu Sheng. It doesn't matter. Liu Sheng waved his hand casually, and asked casually, what is this person's identity? He looks very remarkable. Is not that right? The staff of the city hall wiped the fine sweat from their foreheads, and said with a wry smile, the only daughter of the Earl of Sith, she can be regarded as a famous big shot in the entire Yamua planet. Star count. Lu Sheng blinked. That is truly remarkable. The 11th level law enforcer Far is nothing more than the Starry Sky Baron. The Earl is 2 full titles higher than him. No wonder you can break into the city hall like your own back garden. Lu Sheng shook his head, feeling more and more that his decision just now was wise. God knows how precious the gift from the Earl of Starry Sky to his only daughter is. Maybe the 10 million black crystal coins Far gave him would not be enough to compensate. After chatting for a few more words, Far's figure appeared at the door of the lounge. Is it done? Far asked him with a smile. It's done. Lu Sheng went out and thanked Far. Thank you, Mr. Fair. Thank you for the love of 3rd level citizens and 10 million black crystal coins. Far looked casual. Thank you, there is nothing to thank. Let's go. Lu Sheng followed Far out of the city hall. When he was leaving, he could still hear the silver-haired woman Jojo jumping around in the city hall building. Lu Sheng casually asked Far, "Does your lord know what a crystal-eating worm is?" Far nodded, a rather miraculous life form with a docile temperament, but its strength can grow to level 10 or even level 1 after adulthood. Many Starry Sky nobles like to buy one for their female relatives. It is a popular pet among the Starry Sky nobles' circle of ladies. Is the price expensive? Of course, the price of the cheapest crystal-devouring insects is also more than a few 100 million black crystal coins. What some bloodlines cherish is worth several living planets. What's wrong? Far looked at him curiously. Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Hee. Lu Sheng smiled and shook his head. I just heard someone mention it, just ask. Oh. Fair didn't ask any more questions, and quickly chatted with Lu Sheng about something else, Wunyo's question. Lu Sheng's face was calm, but his heart secretly wiped a cold sweat. Good guy. Anyone is worth hundreds of millions. In other words, he just ate hundreds of millions of black crystal coins in those 2 bites? Okay, not telling the truth. In other words, he had forgotten what it tasted like to eat the crystal-eating worms with hundreds of millions of black crystal coins. Lu Sheng suddenly felt a little regretful. I knew that when I ate the golden beetle, I chewed it twice more. Why? At the same time, the main star of the White Mist Star area, the Department of Law Enforcement. Schiller, the 11th level law enforcer of the White Mist Star District, who is in charge of cooperating with the Law Enforcement Department of the Yamui Star District to hunt down the Red Pupil Star bandits, is standing in front of an old man with dark green complexion and wearing a silver combat uniform. The status of this operation is being reported. You mean, you didn't even take part in the final encirclement and suppression operation, and Far, the law enforcer in the Yamui Star region, offered to give you a share of the main credit for your army? The old man with dark green complexion asked. Schiller nodded. I also think it's a bit strange, but after thinking about it carefully, maybe the Yamui Star District Law Enforcement Department wants to take this opportunity to ease relations with us. Easy relationship. The dark green old man's eyes flickered, and he calmly said, the action report, show it to me. 447 Mystery, Truth. 1. Schiller raised his arm and clicked a few times quickly on a watch-like instrument. Soon, bursts of blue light were projected from the watch, presenting a large number of text and video catalogs in front of the green-skinned old man. The green-skinned old man tapped the virtual light curtain with his fingers. Large paragraphs of text reports and supplementary video recordings jumped out. He kept clicking with his fingers, browsing at a very fast speed. It only took a short 10 minutes to watch all the text and video. Is this what you call an action report? The green-skinned old man put down his hand and stared at Schiller. Why didn't any of the members of the Red-Eyed Star Thief group be punished? There are only a few words in the written explanation. Schiller said helplessly, these are the only videos sent from the sub-Jupiter region. We have been urging them to provide, but they don't know why. They have been prevaricating, and they will fill in the missing information after talking. The green-skinned old man frowned slightly, and said lightly. Now, in my presence, contact Sub-Jupiter District Law Enforcement. Tell them I need to see this material right now. Yes. Schiller nodded and immediately dialed a signal. The signal was dialed to Far, the 11th level law enforcement officer of the Law Enforcement Department of the Ajuxing District, and the signal was quickly dialed. Far's appearance appeared on the communicator. Executive Schiller, good afternoon. Far greeted Schiller with a smile, and seemed to be in a good mood. He quickly noticed the existence of the green-skinned old man, the smile on his face was restrained, and he saluted the green-skinned old man seriously. Dear Mrs. Lennon, hello. The green-skinned old man didn't speak, and Schiller said, Far, I'm reporting to the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of our district about the operation to round up the Red Pupil Star bandits. We, the Law Enforcement General, need to see immediately what is missing from your report on this operation. Far in the picture was silent for a while, then nodded and said, Okay, I'll send someone over now. After speaking, Far's image disappeared on the communicator. Schiller was stunned for a moment, because the communication was cut off unilaterally. In the presence of the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the White Mist Star region, Far unexpectedly cut off the communication so quickly. This impolite behavior seemed quite abnormal. At this time, Schiller finally noticed something was wrong. Far, the enforcer of the Yamua Star region, seems to have been trying to hide something from him. There is something that he does not want him, and the Law Enforcement Department of the White Mist Star region he represents, to know. Ding dong! A file from White Mist Sector Law Enforcement arrived within a minute of Far's disconnect. Schiller subconsciously glanced at the green-skinned old man. The latter ordered blankly, click to open. Schiller nodded and reached over to open the document. The file is divided into several sections. Without a label name, Schiller can only click on them one by one. Click on the first file, and a video screen will jump out directly. In the picture, a man with a height of more than 8,000 meters and a ferocious spirit is standing in a city and destroying it recklessly. From the specifications of the city, Schiller and Sheriff Lennon could tell at a glance that this was the surface of a low-level civilized planet. Only a rather low-level civilization planet has such backward civilization buildings. It's the Evil Halberd, one of the members of the Red Pupil Star Thief group. Its strength is 10th level, and it used to be. Schiller read out the information of the man in the picture, so that Law Enforcement Chief Lennon can understand the situation more conveniently. But just after he said a few words, there was a sudden change in the picture. I saw a big hand tens of thousands of meters suddenly descended from the sky, grabbed the evil halberd, and crushed it to death like an ant. Immediately afterwards, a handsome young man appeared in the picture, apparently he was the one who just killed the evil halberd. Possess the strength to instantly kill the evil halberd, level 11. Schiller stared at the majestic young man in the picture, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Is this the newly promoted law enforcement officer in the Yamua Star region? It seems that he has never seen it before. He looked at Lennon in front of him. And Lennon was watching him too. Continue. Lennon spoke calmly. Yes. Schiller resisted the surprise and doubt in his heart, and clicked on the second document. Also stored in this file is a video. Two figures are shown in the video. One has white skin and is cold and ruthless, while the other has green hair and has a rough appearance. It's Aniya and Frando of the Red-Eyed Thieves. A seg. Schiller was equally familiar with the profiles of the two men. He is considering whether he should report the information of the two to Lennon, and something strange has appeared on the screen. Azure Star ahead, Starry Sky Trash is forbidden. The incomparably huge martial arts figure that crushed the evil halberd to death before appeared again. This time he was bigger than last time. He stretched out two hands, one in each hand, and pinched the two spaceships belonging to the Red Pupil Star Bandit respectively, and with a click, broke the energy barriers outside the two spaceships. The two spaceships resisted and fled. At this time, an invisible wave of mental power swept across, and Anya and green-haired Frando in the picture died without saying a word. The handsome young man who appeared in the previous video appeared again, dragging 2 spaceships back to Azure Star. Spiritual power can also easily kill level 10. Schiller looked serious, and the doubts in his heart grew more and more. Who is this 11th level powerhouse? It seems that he has been deliberately guarding this low-level cultural star. Lenin still didn't speak. Schiller could only click on the 3rd document. This time, 2 people appeared on the screen. One was the mysterious handsome young man they had seen before. The other was a tall man with scarlet pupils. Kaitong, the leader of the Kaitong Star Thief Group, has a record of being at the top of the field. Schiller pointed at the latter and told the other parties information, and then he saw Junwei young man make a sudden move. Punch! Chi Tong, the leader of the notorious Kaitong Star Thief Group, was beaten to death. At the place where Kaitong died, a huge black hole appeared. One-time limit-breaking combat power. Schiller blurted out, almost sure of the opponent's strength in his heart, 11th level, this person is definitely an 11th level strongman. The 4th video that follows also confirms Schiller's inference. The Junwei youth attacked the Devil's Claw spacecraft on which the Red Pupil Star Thief Group was aboard. Facing the energy beam attack launched by the 11th level Demon Claw spaceship, the latter directly carried it physically, and then scattered in a circle. Obviously has the strength of 11th level, why is the fighting style so? Schiller thought for a while, and finally found a more appropriate word to describe it. So behind. He will choose to carry the spaceship attack hard, and he will use the magic phase to fight at the 11th level. People can't help but think of some popular movies in the Star Federation, the strong who came out of the backward civilization, and know nothing about everything in the starry sky. After stepping into a civilized society for the first time, jokes will even be made about treating the aircraft as an unknown starry beast. But Schiller couldn't smile at all now. There was only deep confusion in his heart. He felt as if he had grasped something, but he didn't know it. Then he clicked on the next video. In this video, the handsome young man who has always been the protagonist is fighting against a person. The man he fought with. Schiller is quite familiar with it. It was Far, the 11th level law enforcer in the sub-Jupiter region. 448 The Unbearable Truth, today is really a good day. 2. Schiller stared at the 2 sides fighting fiercely in the picture, with a little bit of emotion in his eyes. Even Far, isn't he his opponent? In the picture, the handsome young man has a pretentious posture, and he punches left and right, and unexpectedly puts Fardu at a disadvantage. But this is not the part that surprised Schiller the most. What surprised him the most was: this person is not from the law enforcement department of the sub-Jupiter region. Who is he then? Why did he attack the Red Pupil Star bandits? Why would you help the law enforcement department to encircle and suppress the Kaitong Star bandits? The mysteries in Schiller's mind are increasing. Combined with Far's various abnormal performances before, it filled his mind like a thick fog. It made him desperately want to know the answer. But every time the thick fog was cleared, every step closer to the truth, Schiller felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Only the last file remains. Schiller looks to law enforcement officer Lenin. Lenin stared at him with a blank expression on his face. Open it, Schiller. Schiller nodded and gently opened the last document. This time, what jumped out of the file was no longer a video. It's a text file. There is a line of text on the top of the information: this operation, with the help of the native star people of Azure Star, No. A28462, Baywa Star District. A28462 Azure Planet Aboriginal Star Citizen? Schiller froze for a moment when he saw this line of writing. A figure flashed through his mind. The figure of the handsome young man in the previous video. Is he an indigenous star citizen on the blue planet A28462? Schiller almost subconsciously vetoed this idea. Impossible, how could there be an 11th level on a low-level civilization planet? Schiller hadn't finished speaking, and when he read the information below, the rest of the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say a word. Name, Lu Sheng. Age, 21. Strength, level 9. Identity, Aboriginal star citizen of the first level resource star No. A28462 in the former Baywa star area. Now a third level citizen of the sub-Jupiter region. Remarks, the combat power is comparable to that of an 11th level powerhouse, and it is confirmed that he has an extremely powerful extraordinary life physique. The physique level of the extraordinary life is unknown, it is estimated, above the sun. Potential level, SSS. After Schiller read the whole file, his pupils shrank violently, and his whole body seemed to be hit by something. It trembled violently at first, and then froze on the spot. Martial arts strength is level 9, and combat power is comparable to level 11. 21 years old. First level resource star native star people origin. Extraordinary life physique level estimation on the sun. Potential level, SSS. Every word, is like a sword piercing Schiller's heart. At this moment, the fog in Schiller's heart finally dissipated. He finally figured everything out. No wonder this handsome young man is obviously not a member of the law enforcement department of the Yamui Star District, and helped the law enforcement department to encircle Kaitong. He's not helping law enforcement at all, he's helping himself. He is guarding his home planet. He was originally born on the first level resource star that was invaded by Kaitong. He has never been out of the planet, the first time he stepped into the starry sky. No wonder Far prevaricated several times and delayed handing over the key information in the action report. Moreover, on the grounds of recording a statement, they forcibly took away 2 people who belonged to the Law Enforcement Department and Resources Department of their White Mist Star region. He has already planned everything. He has been deliberately delaying time, and wants to bring this indigenous genius named Lu Sheng back to the sub-Jupiter region before we find out that something is wrong. Schiller gritted his teeth, looking at the words extraordinary life physique estimation displayed on the data, his eyes almost burst into flames. No wonder Far would be so quick to share 1/3 of the credit. No wonder he hung up the communication as soon as he saw Chief Law Enforcement Officer Lennon. What a guilty conscience, Falta. The former native star citizen of the first-level resource planet A28462 in the Baywa Star District is now a third-level citizen of the Yamui Star District. When Schiller pronounced the words original and present, he almost gnawed his back molars. A super genius who can fight against level 11 at level 9. A monstrosity with an extraordinary life physique that is suspected to be at the sun level. Such a top elite talent comparable to a treasure in the starry sky, it is difficult to find a rough jade in tens of thousands of years. Just like that, they passed by the White Mist Star region. Under Schiller's nose, he suddenly became a person from the sub-Jupiter region. Schiller felt stagnant in his chest, and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He finally got the truth he wanted to know. But this truth is a burden that he simply cannot bear. There were bursts of fluctuations in the void that made Schiller palpitate. Schiller raised his head abruptly, and was facing Law Enforcement Chief Lennon's cold eyes that were almost devoid of any emotion. Schiller Enforcer. Lennon spoke calmly. But under this calmness, it seems that volcanic magma is about to erupt. 0. Ask for flowers. I think. Lennon looked at Schiller and said word by word, you are no longer suitable for the position of law enforcement officer, maybe you should take a good vacation for a while. Well. Schiller opened his mouth, wanting to say something. In the end, he didn't say a word. He seemed to have been drained of all the strength in his body in an instant, lowered his head slumped, and nodded bitterly, yes, respected Chief of Law Enforcement. Let's rest here for a few days. You are lucky. Recently, the Celestial Academy in our sub-Jupiter region is recruiting new students. When the time comes, I will personally take you to test your potential. The level of extraordinary life physique. In front of a luxurious building, Far said to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng nodded, noticing Far's expression. He couldn't help but say, Master Law Enforcer seems to be in a good mood. Yet, Far was taken aback, then nodded with a smile, it's a good thing. Oh, by the way, Liu Sheng, I have already reported all of your outstanding performance in the operation to encircle and suppress the Red Pupil Star Bandits. It is estimated that it will not be long before the rewards that belong to you will be issued. It will not let you down. Thank you, Lord Far. Liu Sheng thanked Far, and immediately walked into the hotel behind him called Aurora Interstellar. Watching Liu Sheng go in, the smile on Far's face gradually enlarged. Beep beep. The communicator on the wrist rang. Far glanced at the contact, smiled and clicked on it. Soon, a tall and majestic figure appeared in the communicator. Fair, you did a great job this time. Very good. Come find me, I'll wait for you in the office. Okay, CAI. Far hung up the communication, and the smile on his face became brighter. The always strict law enforcement chief can praise him with very good and very good. It seems that his decision this time is really very wise. Far was in a great mood. Even when he stepped onto the aircraft, he couldn't help humming the ancient songs from his home planet. Ski % number yen, yen number yen. Translation: Today is such a good day. What a good day. It's really late today because it's my birthday. Far's ditty doesn't fit the occasion, it's a good day, hashiha. 449 The Four Types of Human Races, The Dark Space Vehicle Monopoly, 3. The hotel Far booked for Liu Sheng seemed to be one of the best hotels in the entire 9th Planet District. After entering, the eyes are a sparkling blue sea. Overhead is a cloudless sky. The incomparably fresh air is oncoming. In the distance, you can see a counter standing between the sea and the sky. Liu Sheng walked towards the counter, feeling quite refreshed. Soon to be near. He saw a beautiful woman with dark blue skin standing in front of the counter, a bit like Nebula in the previous Guardians of the Galaxy. After entering the starry sky, Liu Sheng has seen too many strange and weird races along the way, and he has long been familiar with them. He also figured it out a long time ago. The division of races in the starry sky is divided into 4 categories. One with his appearance is called Standard Human Race. The Standard Human Race has the largest number in the starry sky, and the number of ethnic groups is the largest. The Standard Human Race goes up, and it is the Superhuman Human Race. There will be some differences in appearance between this kind of human race and the Standard Human Race, but the difference is not big, tending to a more perfect and beautiful level. For example, the blue-skinned woman in front of Liu Sheng is most likely to be a superhuman race. There is also Jiao Qiao, the daughter of the Earl of Sith that Liu Sheng met in the city hall before, a proper superhuman race. Far the enforcer might as well. Then there is the corresponding humanoid race, which can also be called subhuman race. Of course, the latter has a bit of a derogatory taste in it. For example, the dwarf old man Dodd in the city hall is a typical subhuman race. The last category is the inhuman race with all kinds of strange looks. Because many of these ethnic groups did not grow up in the aesthetic point of the starry sky human race, they were once positioned as heterogeneous monsters, and were not included in the starry sky human race. There were several relatively large protests and marches later. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Star Federation finally incorporated it into the starry sky human race, and had the right to register as a legal citizen of the starry sky. There is no distinction between high and low among the 4 races in the starry sky law. But in fact, in the eyes of most people, there is still a big difference. Dear Mr. Liu Sheng, your room has been prepared for you, I will take you there now. The blue-skinned receptionist said to Liu Sheng with a smile. She came out from behind the counter, and it was only when Liu Sheng saw that there was a bald tail growing from the back of her ass. This tail dangled in front of Liu Sheng, giving him the urge to reach out and grab a handful. "This way please." The beautiful blue-skinned receptionist led Liu Sheng to the direction of the boundary line between sea and sky in the distance. After a few steps, she stopped. "Here it is." A ball of white light rises from under the ocean floor. Only then did Liu Sheng realize that this hotel room was similar to the one he lived in on the Silver Bird spacecraft. It is a room background environment that can be changed arbitrarily by manipulating the light sphere. Liu Sheng lived on the Silverbird spaceship for more than a month, and he has long been familiar with the use of the room, so there is no doubt about it. "If you need anything, you can let me know at any time." The blue-skinned receptionist shook his bald tail, smiled and winked at Liu Sheng. "Our hotel provides special services." Liu Sheng was silent for a while, and said, "There is really one." "Mr. Liu Sheng, please speak." The tail of the blue-skinned front desk wags happily. But Liu Sheng turned a blind eye and said, "I want to withdraw some cash." "Well, it is the black crystal coin energy block. How much do you want to withdraw?" 5 million. Liu Sheng thought for a while, far left 10 million in his identity card, and he took 5 million to use in his usual practice. "Okay." The blue-skinned receptionist took note of what Liu Sheng said, and said, "Any more requests?" There seemed to be some inexplicable urgency and longing in her big dark blue eyes. "Pity. Liu Sheng is the most exemplary good man in the entire Azure Star. There is none left." Liu Sheng shook his head. "All right." The blue-skinned receptionist nodded in disappointment and left. A few minutes later, she and the counter disappeared into the sea and sky world. Liu Sheng manipulated the light sphere in the room to change the surrounding environment into the appearance of his own community. Then pull out a chair and sit down at will. This should be the real assets of Kaitong and others. Liu Sheng spread out his palm, and there were several black cards in his palm. Kind of like the citizenship card he got from City Hall, but couldn't retrieve any information from it. Could it be that if someone dies, the money can't be withdrawn? Liu Sheng was a little disappointed. He got the bank card of Kaitong and others, but he didn't know the password, and it seemed useless. He gathered the rest of the things in the storage space, thought about it, and made a decision. Sell some of it. There are a lot of things I don't need, and I need money to buy the things I really need. Like a spaceship. Such as advanced combat uniforms. Just go out for a walk. Liu Sheng stood up, tidied up a bit, and walked out of the room. After going out, it is still the original street. Liu Sheng watched someone walk into the hotel, but what he saw was a different scene. He couldn't help but secretly lamented the power of advanced civilization and the mastery of space technology, so he turned to the communicator and took a taxi. Soon, a light red aircraft stopped in front of him. Liu Sheng got in and reported a location in the universal language to the unmanned aircraft, and the aircraft drove to the destination automatically. 2 hours later, Liu Sheng walked out of a shop that specialized in purchasing weapons and equipment materials. A tall and thin starry sky alien who looked a bit like a stick insect chased them out, and kept chattering good things. But Liu Sheng turned a deaf ear and left on his own. Seeing that Liu Sheng had completely gone away, the stick insect-like stranger in the starry sky stopped, glanced resentfully at Liu Sheng's back, muttered something in some unknown dialect, turned and walked back into the shop. "Do you really think that I am a fool at 1.0? There are so many things, and 1 million black crystal coins want to collect them all." Liu Sheng strolled on the street with a calm expression. He walked through several stores in succession, and found that the aliens doing business were getting darker than each other. There are so many materials in Liu Sheng's space storage bracelet, there are no less than 6 sets of cold weapons above the 10th level, and the highest bidder is less than 1.2 million black crystal coins. Forget it, don't sell it, go back to Far and ask him to help with it. Liu Sheng simply rejected this idea, thinking, let's just look at what we want to buy. He raised his head and looked at an extremely luxurious building not far ahead. There is a spaceship logo hanging at the entrance of the building, and the signboard is displayed in the universal characters of the universe, the store of dark space vehicles. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he walked straight towards the entrance of the building. 450 The Silver Shuttle, encountering Jojo, 1/6. The building is quite spacious and empty, and there is a hall after entering. The hall is brightly lit, and there are booths in blocks. A spaceship hovers above each booth. It looked like a model, only the size of a car, and many people shuttled and stopped between these booths. There are salesmen wearing uniforms with the words Darkness Spaceship Monopoly explaining the performance and price of each spaceship. On the whole, it looks no different from the Car 4 Sons shop on Azure Star. Liu Sheng saw a family of 4 standing in front of a booth not far from him. The middle-aged man who is the head of the family said to the salesperson, "We want to buy a small aircraft, mainly for our family to travel and play on a daily basis. It can go back and forth within a few light years, and it is enough to support short-distance space jumps." The woman standing next to the man, as well as 2 children, one big and one small, were quite excited, and everyone's faces were filled with anticipation. Liu Sheng looked quite emotional. The appearance of this family of 4 reminded him of his own family, and it was the same when their family bought their first car. The family went to the 4 Sons store for several days, and finally decided to buy a family scooter worth more than 80,000 yuan. After the car was bought, the family was excited and 02 for a few weeks. The appearance of Liu Sheng watching and scanning in the hall quickly attracted the attention of the sales in the store. A spaceship saleswoman in a pink uniform walked quickly towards him. "Do you want to buy a spaceship, sir?" The female salesperson is a typical standard human race, with a graceful figure and a beautiful picture. A pair of light orange eyes looked up and down Liu Sheng without leaving any traces, with a warm and bright smile on his face. "Tea and snacks, Dudu." The saleswoman shouted behind her, and soon a robot came up with a full load of snacks and tea. In the entire hall on the first floor, there were few such treatment, and many people looked to Liu Sheng. Then came a pair of eyes with envy and awe. Liu Sheng was a little surprised at first, but after thinking about it, he quickly figured it out. He has an extraordinary appearance, and he is still wearing the 10th level combat suit that Far gave him. Mainly a 10th level battle suit. Putting it on the Blue Star is equivalent to walking around wearing a top brand name. No matter how you look like a rich man, it's strange if it doesn't attract people's attention. It is a great thing to receive special treatment. Liu Sheng was also unambiguous, and directly expressed his needs to the saleswoman. "I would like to purchase a small family airship. The safety and comfort should be high, and it can carry out long-distance flights of more than 500 light-years." The saleswoman's eyes flickered, and the smile on her face became brighter. "Understood, dear sir. The aircraft displayed on the first floor does not quite meet your requirements, please follow me to the second floor." "Good." Liu Sheng followed the saleswoman towards the second floor of the building, and the tea-serving robot followed suit. When he came to the second floor, Liu Sheng found that there were far fewer people here than on the first floor. There are many more types and styles of spaceships, and compared with the exhibition hall below, they are obviously more advanced. This is the mid to high-end exhibition hall of our store. I will show you here first. If you are not satisfied, there is a higher-level spaceship exhibition hall upstairs. As she said that, the saleswoman pointed to a light silver spaceship model that looked like a frisbee and introduced to Liu Sheng, "This is our company's main silver shuttle spaceship this season. The horsepower of 3.0 E can support long-distance space jump. The comfort is first class, and the entire body of the spaceship is made of magic silver. Do guests know the machine guards of the magic silver series? It is just one material. The defense power can reach quasi-level 11, and the offensive ability is also good. If you encounter a small group of star robbers or small meteorite groups, you can directly blast through it. The saleswoman talked eloquently, and Liu Sheng was quite moved when she heard it, so she asked, "How much is the price of this spaceship?" The saleswoman smiled brightly, and said, "The official guide price is 80 million black crystal coins, but I can get you a discount of up to 5 points. How? Is it very cost-effective?" "Hehe, it's very good." Liu Sheng couldn't help but want to laugh. Gan, he guessed that the spaceship would be very expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. A 10th level small spaceship would cost 80 million black crystal coins, and the little money he had now was not enough for a down payment. This price is almost catching up with a low-level life planet. I just knew the most valuable things of the Red Pupil Star Thief group are those spaceships. If the reward that Far won for me is not several hundred million, I will be in a hurry with him. Liu Sheng couldn't afford it, but he didn't panic at all, and continued to ask the saleswoman to introduce other spaceships one by one. Anyway, he will buy it sooner or later, so he might as well understand it thoroughly now. Just as Liu Sheng followed the female salesperson and wandered among the spaceship booths, suddenly, a voice sounded behind Liu Sheng. "Yeah, it's you." Liu Sheng obviously felt that the voice was speaking to him, and turned his head to look. A woman with long silver hair and delicate features stood behind him, looking at him in surprise. "It's you." Liu Sheng was also a little surprised when he recognized the other party's identity. It was the woman he met in the city hall, Miss Jiao Jiao, the daughter of Count Sith. Liu Sheng ate her crystal-eating worm by mistake, so he was very impressed with her. "Why are you here?" Jiao Jiao looked at Liu Sheng in surprise. "Are you here to buy a spaceship?" Jiao Jiao also has a deep impression on Liu Sheng. The main reason is that Liu Sheng's appearance and temperament are too outstanding. Even in the starry sky full of high-level races, he can be regarded as outstanding. One in a million, it is hard for people to forget. "Live." "Yes, I want to buy a spaceship escort." "Is Sir Ms. Jojo's 057 friend?" The saleswoman's eyes were shining, and the way she looked at Liu Sheng suddenly took another level. The status of a person who can get acquainted with the daughter of the Earl of Sith is obviously not simple. Big client, proper big client. Liu Sheng nodded, and then casually chatted with Tian Buletin. "What a coincidence, why are you here?" "I accompanied my big brother to see the spaceship, he is more interested in these." "Have you found your pet poppy?" "Why?" At the same time, in the exhibition hall on the 3rd floor, a silver-haired young man with a calm expression was standing in front of a booth. The young man is well-dressed, handsome, and noble. Behind him were 2 deep-breathing, sharp-eyed guards, and a total of 7 or 8 good-looking female salesmen served around him with various refreshments and snacks. The person who stood in front of him and introduced the spaceship was also a certain executive-level figure from Duan. No matter from every angle, it can show the extraordinary identity of the silver-haired youth. 700 million. After listening to the director's introduction, the silver-haired young man nodded and said casually, "Then let's take this ship." "Okay, thank you, Master Milton, for your support in our dark journey. The spaceship will be delivered to your mansion within today." Hearing the silver-haired young man's decision, Director Duan's fat face was about to burst into laughter, and he looked extremely attentive. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.